Are you waiting for Mr. Rosenthal?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll call it down there again. Mr. Rosenthal.
I see. Thank you very much. We're going to call the regular meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee to order. We have a quorum, Mr. Smith, Mr. Rosenthal, myself, Bernard Parks as chair. Due to the fact that we had this evacuation and it's eaten up much of the time for the committee, we're going to waive items 10 and 11 that deals with the two Weezer motions, and we're going to continue items 1, 2, 3, and 6. Item 4 and 5 will continue, but we'll give some instructions to department general managers, and we ask the CAO, CLA to construct these directions, that these two items will be continued to July 27th, and we ask that the departments come prepared with their reports that deal with the adopted 09-10 budget, their operational plans, their plans for addressing their risk management, and a variety of issues so that we can have a clear understanding of how the current budget will impact them and how they intend to operate at that time. We'll also ask that that message be sent as quickly as possible so they're prepared for July 27th. And so the three items we'll deal with today are items 7, 8, and 9, and so we're prepared for item 7.
Number 7 is the Mayor's veto of the Council action of June 16, 2009 relative to declaring a surplus in the Special Parking Revenue Fund. Should we discuss all items together or just...
No, I'd like to do them separately because I think number 7 is the overriding issue. We need to clarify as to what was the confusion or the misunderstanding as to the actions of the Council. Because the Council's vote, I think, was unanimous in that verbal motion. And before we can go to item 8 and 9, I think we need to find out what type of clarity was needed on item number 7.
All right. We would ask then that the city clerk representative address that as well as our budget team as well.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
7th, you know, that's when I had my surgery.
Good afternoon. We just need to have you advise us is that I understand the mayor relied on what he believed was some confusion either from the council or the file as related to this item, and just like to find out what that issue of clarity that was needed or what that confusion was.
Well, what I will be able to, June Lagny City Clerk's office, what I will be able to do is summarize for you the chronology of events as best as I have possession of them. There was a set of CAO recommendations relative to the Special Parking Revenue Fund. When the matter went to Council, Budget and Finance Committee submitted the CAO recommendations without recommendation. So what it took was a motion from yourself, Councilman Parks, to adopt the CAO's recommendations with two exceptions, that the Vine Street and Judge John Iso garage projects be paid from SPRF instead of NICLA. In addition, there was an amending motion from Mr. Garcetti that further moved that recommendations 7 through 10 of that CAO report be amended to reduce the intra-departmental fund transfer within Special Parking Revenue Fund in the amount of $2.1 million, specifically reducing the amount for the Leimert Park OSP from $523,000 to $423,000, and then the amount for the Vine Street Garage from $4.8 to $2.8 million. This then ended up with a rather piecemeal set of recommendations where the Parks motion specifically said, do not take the money for the Vine Street garage or the ISO garage from MICLA, but rather from the Special Parking Revenue Fund. Further, the Garcetti motion on top of that reduced the amount for Leimert Park and Vine Street garage in the amounts that I discussed. Some council offices called the city clerk's office saying, there seems to be some confusion, what should we do? And my best advice to them was, if it was not clear from the facts that council adopted, that it was always council's option to adopt a clarification motion, in which case they could say something like, on such and such a date, the council adopted these actions. There has been some misclarity, that we wish to clarify what we mean to do, and that action could go through. It is not unprecedented for complicated actions to go back to council for what's called a clarification motion. In the interim, however, I was made to understand that the mayor's office had an objection to the transfer in principle, and so exercised his prerogative to veto the action. So that is what you have before you. I should also add that the charter is silent on how long the council has to deal with a mayor's veto of a non-ordinance item, which is what this is. We were very careful to check with the city attorney on that point. So those are the facts that, as I understand them, and it is totally within council's prerogative to bring in a clarification motion if they so desire, to be very clear on what it is that they meant to do on the Special Parking Revenue Fund.
Let me just ask, and maybe you can get more specific, from the CAO's report versus item which was 10A, the Garcetti Parks motion, which basically outlined something in the neighborhood of $16 million to be moved to these specific projects. Is this the motion you're referring to that was a misunderstanding?
Janice Chang, Office of the CAO. The difficulty in putting forth the recommendations of the two motions was that both motions addressed the Vine Street garage funding and gave conflicting instructions on how to deal with the funding for the Vine Street garage. The verbal motion put forward by Councilmember Parks instructed that funding for the Vine Street garage be completely from the Special Parking Revenue Fund. And the motion put forth by Councilmember Garcetti recommended that the funding from the Vine Street garage be financed through MICLA, except for $2 million, which would remain in the Special Parking Revenue Fund. And therein was a conflict on how to resolve that discrepancy in the two different funding sources for that project.
Okay. I think what I thought we had done is that we looked at the CAO's report and recommended there was roughly $25 million that was going to be moved out of designated projects at Alviso and also the CD13, and that the verbal motion that was approved basically reflected that $25 million should remain in the Special Parking Revenue Fund, and that we should not use MICLA to backfill those funds. And so the concern I have is that when we made that motion, it was approved, what was the conflict in 10A that could not get resolved?
If both motions were put forth, the Vine Street garage would be short $2 million in funding. So it was unclear what the recommendation was or the instruction was.
How would it be short $2 million when we're saying not to move the Special Parking Revenue Fund out of there? All the Parking Revenue Fund would be left there to be used on the projects that they were allocated for.
I believe the Garcetti motion in addressing the $2 million to be kept in the Special Parking Revenue Fund was to address a shortfall in the funding for the project. Originally, the Community Redevelopment Agency had offered $4 million in additional funding outside of the Special Parking Revenue Fund for the project, and there was discussions on whether there would be additional funding available to cover $2 million of that. And so the motion, the Garcetti motion.
I think his motion is saying do not move $2.8 million of the Special Revenue Fund for this project, to leave it there to be used in the project. And our verbal motion specifically said, and not move Special Parking Revenue Fund and replace it with the NICLA fund. So we're basically, what I perceived at the time, was saying the same thing. With or without the CRA funding, we're both saying leave these funds in special parking revenue.
That's correct. The original funding would remain in the Special Parking Revenue Fund. However, outside funding that I believe the Garcetti motion was trying to address, that was no longer available for the project, would have provided $18.5 million in funding for the Vine Street Garage project, with the combination of NICLA financing of $16.5 million and SPRF funding of $2 million, whereas currently in SPRF there is currently only $16.5 million for the Vine Street Garage project.
But isn't the Vine Street was still getting $2 million from CRA? Initially it was $4 million and they were going to get $2 million?
That is correct. The entire project is estimated to be about $22 million.
But they haven't gotten their RFPs back?
No, the bid has not been released yet.
Okay, so the bid's not been released, or they've just not returned the bids?
The bid has not been released.
Okay, so we're speculating on the cost as to the Vine Street?
Correct. This is an estimate provided by the Bureau of Engineering.
Okay, so in clarifying this issue, what would the clerk need to be clear as to, and the CAO need to be clear as to implementing the direction that the council voted on?
The funding that, if the Garcetti motion or the understanding of the motion was that funding would be provided in the Special Parking Revenue Fund, for whatever cash was available in the fund would remain there, then the clerk can implement, I believe, if the Parks motion is to remain, that the $16.5 million would stay in the Special Parking Revenue Fund for the Vine Street Garage.
Because I think that's what his intent was in going back and adding that to, because there was a shortfall, that he's basically saying, do not take this money out of the special parking revenue, leave it there because of that shortfall. And so that's what we thought was happening on that day at the council. Okay, but the thing is, so in the key is that is from the CAO's perspective, it hinges on what you viewed was a conflict on 10A, motion 10A, as to the $2.8 million recommendation to leave it in the leave it in SPRF for Vine Street. That was what you believe was the conflict?
The conflict was separate. There was $2.8 million set aside in the projects to be designated account. Currently there's $14 million in funding for the Vine Street Garage in the SPRF. And the estimation from the Bureau of Engineering was that a total of $16.5 million was needed from the Special Parking Revenue Fund to fund the Vine Street Garage, in addition to $4 million to be provided from the CRA.
Okay.
And so in our report, we're recommending that the $16.5 million from the Vine Street Garage accounts and the projects to be designated account be moved to MICLA to be able to finance the SPRF portion of the Vine Street Garage.
Okay. Let me ask, from the CAO's perspective, and again, we'll ask later about what the Special Parking Revenue Fund does, but did the CAO create the language over the last 2 years as to what identified a surplus?
The CAO did initiate the language that was passed by council. Yes.
Okay. What is that language?
The language in the ordinance roughly states that provided the debt financing or debt service for debt finance projects was paid for and that operations and maintenance payments were made for and a contingency account was created for the SPRF, that the council could decide that a surplus could declare a surplus in the Special Parking Revenue Fund and transfer that to the reserve fund.
Okay. Was there anything or comments or wording about money that was designated to specific projects?
In the 2009-10 budget, an addition was added to the ordinance, to a new ordinance, because the previous one had sunset on June 30th, 2009. So a new ordinance was passed extending the ability to create a surplus to June 30th, 2010, and also included language to repay any funding taken from active projects within 2 years.
Okay, so that's the ordinance that we're working under now.
That ordinance was passed and takes effect today.
Okay. Now, your understanding of that ordinance is that if money is taken from designated projects, and I think we used the term also projects that are earmarked, because we had some discussion about designation and earmarked so that we would not sweep the account when people were expecting the accumulation of money, that those two criteria had to be met, and that then there'd be a repayment cycle in 2 years into the fund if the money was borrowed. And then we'd also take into account the issue of bonding, so that we're not taking funds out that we're using to bond against, and I think there was maybe a fourth one. But so the new ordinance requires payback, it requires the bonding amount, it requires the issue of not taking money out of earmarked or designated projects. Is that our understanding today?
That is correct.
Okay. And I can't remember the other criteria, but there were several. So if we were dealing with this project, these motions today, under the current ordinance that's effective today, would these items, $36 million, be declared surplus under today's criteria?
I believe it could be. The new ordinance, the addition to the new ordinance stated that should funds be borrowed from these projects, that they would be repaid. And the understanding is that any projects that should go forward or need funding, that funding will be found to move those projects forward. And the recommendations in the CAO report and as passed by council attempts to fund any projects that are currently active.
Would both of these projects, Viso and CD13's project, be viewed as allocated funds?
Yes.
Okay, so would they still be acceptable monies, that being that they're designated to a specific project, would we, under the current ordinance, have the ability to move them, not that they're earmarked, but that they are specifically designated? Would it fit the criteria?
I believe as long as there is funding provided to move the projects forward, that...
So you're saying as long as you find other funding?
Correct.
Okay. Because I think what at least I understood, was that if it's designated or earmarked, they wouldn't be moved. That's what I thought we hammered over and over in committee, so that people would not have an expectation of projects and then find out they've been swept, because the year 0809, there were some promises made about sweeping, and those funds were never paid back. So it's like starting the new year, fiscal year 9 and 10, with a promise from a year ago that didn't get fulfilled, and then now taking $36 million from the same fund. So that was my understanding, that earmarked and designated money would not be a part of that equation. So obviously the CEO has a different interpretation.
There was a recommendation put in the CAA report that should any projects require funding to move forward, that funding would be found within the Special Parking Revenue Fund, whether in the current balance in cash or from future revenues.
Okay, but the issue is with moving $36 million, we pretty well left what in the fund? Only money that's allocated to certain projects, or money that's there to be bonded against? What's left in the fund if we were to move $36 million?
There is funding available for the Department of Transportation to continue to operate the parking meters and parking lots and to maintain them. And there's also current funding for encumbered funds for the Abbott Kinney parking project. And also there's some funding left for the Vine Street project because it is currently funded for design and pre-construction.
And, do you have an idea what the amount of money is that's left there for those items?
The 2009-10 budget has, I don't have the exact amount with me at this time, but there is sufficient funding that we believe is in the Special Parking Revenue Fund for the department to operate and for any active projects to go forward.
And is it my understanding that the CEO is currently putting together some reports for the committee that deals with all three scenarios, from what the council action related plus the two motions that are in the committee agenda today? So is that forthcoming?
There was a CEO report created to address the impacts of the Special Parking Revenue Fund surplus transfer based on the two motions that were put forth that are on the agenda today.
Okay, so it's based on the two motions, number 8 and 9?
Correct.
Okay, so are we going to address it all? Are we ignoring what was done in council as a scenario, or we're just looking at 8 and 9 as the two scenarios?
The report addresses items 8 and 9.
Let me ask, if the city attorney's here, I'd like to ask a question on the ordinance that became effective today.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. One thing on the ordinance that became effective today under 7B on the repay plan, could you explain this so we have a clarity, because the way I read it, it seems inconsistent with what was the direction of the committee. What I thought we were doing when we asked for this addition was that if you take the money from the fund, that the city was obligated to return the money to the fund within 2 years. It appears on B that in effect we're actually paying the fund back with its own money in future years.
Yeah, I guess you've heard. whole thing to go back to the Supreme Court justice. We flashed the book.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat the question?
No, I was just saying, on 7B of the ordinance that went in effect today, talking about how the fund would be refunded or repaid, and we talk about it on a temporary basis, and we're going to pay it back in 2 years. When we get to 7A, it appears that we're stating that the fund is going to be paid back with special parking revenue funds at a future, that are accumulated in a future year, as opposed to what I think we were referring to, that if the funds were taken out of the special parking revenue fund, they would be repaid by or allocated by the location in which they were dispersed. So if they went to the general fund, that the general fund would pay back these monies within a 2-year period. But it appears the way it's written that we have an expectation under 7A that we'll be calculating future special parking revenue funds to pay back those loans. Is that accurate?
Yes, your interpretation at the very end is the way I read it,
Okay.
which is that the funds will be repaid from SPRF funds.
Is that, I mean, in not so polite terms, is that like laundering?
The funds that would be available would be funds that the SPRF would have generated in those 2 years.
But I'm saying the issue is, if we go back, and if I'm not mistaken, is the special parking revenue funds created by city legislation, but also the fact that the state allows us to create special funds?
Yes.
Okay, and the state is very specific in setting up special funds that you have to use them very specifically as to the stated cause?
Yes, that's true.
And so if we then loan or borrow them, then would we be in compliance with that state mandate by paying the fund back with its own money?
Well, I think you're referring to the fact that under state law, you can create a special fund for the purpose of incurring bonded indebtedness. And what we provided in the changes to the SPRF is that sufficient funds be set aside each year for the bonds, for the debt service on the bonds that were issued from the special fund. Any amount over and above that for that a particular year could be deemed to be surplus.
Okay, but when we then added, you have to pay it back, we then add that you will pay it back through future special parking revenue fund.
Yes.
Okay, and I don't think that was the intent of the committee, that we'd be paying the fund back, but basically what I got out of it, that in future years we'd be taking less in the sweep of the money to accommodate what we took from the previous year. What I think the committee was asking is that if you take money which is very clearly delineated as it relates to the special parking revenue, that you'd replace that money so that you can continue the business of the special fund. Here what you're saying is we're going to pay it back with the funds that accumulated in the fund, so it will pay itself back, and in the future we'll take less of it in order to compensate for the previous sweeping.
That's correct.
Okay, but I don't think that was the intent of the committee. The committee's effort was saying that these are very specific funds that were identified for specific purposes in a very large paragraph that tells all the things that the special fund should do. And when we have people put money in meters and they have an expectation of parking management and parking concerns in their community, these funds are being accumulated in many instances for citywide or for unique projects in those communities. So if we sweep it and put it into general fund for other usage, then we never get back to what the intent of the special funds were. And then if we say, by the way, we'll let you pay yourself back as those same funds regenerate themselves, this fund is paying twice. they're losing it on the sweep, and then they're paying it back on their future gains. And I don't think that was the intent of what we wanted to happen.
Okay.
Okay. So, and then my final issue is if we could ask the controller so they can find out what is it that they need for clarity as it relates to this issue on number 7.
Bill Lamb from the controller. I think what we need is more definition on the motions and the conflicting nature of the motions. And if I understand, what the committee has been discussing is the CAO providing either one report or reports for the two motions so that if one is adopted, that we can see if they're both adopted, we can see what the impact is. Because what we and the controller don't want to do is interpret what the intent of the city council is. We like to see that explicitly stated.
Okay. Thank you very much. In fact, what we'll need is, and we asked when the CEO is putting that report together, and we asked the CLA to have some involvement in that to ensure that clarity is represented as you look at items 8 and 9. But also I asked the CLA to prepare an amendment to the ordinance that is in effect today and amend 7B as the intent of the committee when they authored the issue of how to repay the loan, because it wasn't intended that this fund would pay itself back. Then let me ask the CEO, is there either in the ordinance or somewhere that there's a timeline in which the city has to declare that surplus?
There is. If we're discussing the 2008-09 surplus, the surplus must be declared by the end of the third quarter of the following fiscal year. So the end of the third quarter of the fiscal year 2009-10.
So that would be 9-10, third quarter of the fiscal year to declare surplus in the previous year's special parking revenue funds?
Correct.
Okay, so in this current year, the third quarter, we declared surplus for 07-08.
Yes.
Okay, all right, get that clear. Okay. Or 8-9, was it?
08-09.
8-9, okay. That was a year back, okay. And let me ask the CEO, currently with what we've left in the fund, is there sufficient money to fulfill our obligation as it relates to bonding and debt service and such as relates to our current operations?
Yes, there is sufficient funding in the 2009-10 budget to make payments on the annual debt service for bond-funded projects.
Okay. And then as far as from the perspective of the CAO's office, the recommendations you made on your initial report and your upcoming reports dealing with 8 and 9, we'd like for you to make sure that you use the ordinance that is currently in play as opposed to the ordinance that expired June the 30th, because one of the concerns that was not an element before is the payback issue and where those funds are going to come from. So I think the scenario that we painted in council was that would it be financially feasible for the city to take cash money out of two projects and then pay for those projects with a credit card, which I think was $6 or $7 million over 20 years, debt that would be interest, and pay that debt service at the same time that we are basically moving forward to build these lots at a more expensive price, and now we have the added feature of the payback. So how those scenarios relate to each other under the current ordinance, And again, I asked the CLA on the sense of getting something to us quickly so we can amend 7B as the intent of the council. Greg, you have something?
Is there anything left to ask?
I
don't think so.
You got it? Okay. All right. Bill?
Yeah, the only thing I want to make sure that everybody appreciates is that the credit card concept of MICLA in this day and age just isn't a feasible strategy. It just isn't. We just don't have the ability to increase our debt far beyond what it already is and the issues we're at. And so when we deal with these issues, we have to pay as we go.
And let me ask one other thing. When we declare the surplus for Vine Street, do we normally declare surplus prior to the bids coming in, or do we declare it once the project is in construction?
There is no instruction on the policy for that.
Because, I mean, we're declaring a surplus on a project that is not, the bids have not gone out, so we don't know exactly what the bids will return or what the cost is, and yet we're declaring the surplus well in advance of even the construction starting. So I'm just wondering whether that's another area that CAO needs to look at and see whether that's a premature declaration of a surplus if we've not even sent the bids out.
I believe the intent in the report was, the recommendation was to move the project to MICLA financing, and in that motion, the project would be funded and the cash that was in the SPRF for the project would no longer be needed and thus could be declared surplus.
Okay. Let me ask CLA to come up. Jerry, let me ask, you've struggled through this along with us on this issue. Understanding what we're trying, as what we thought we did at the council, does the CLA have any suggestions as relates to how we move forward if the construction that we thought we gave at the council is what this committee, we didn't take a position last time, but our intent is to make a commitment and a decision this time. If it's the same or similar to what we thought we did in council, what would be the suggestions of the CLA in getting to that point?
Well, at the end of the day, moving the cash back into the special parking revenue fund for AESO and Vine Street reduces the reserve fund by that amount of money. The reserve fund.
Let me ask you one thing on that. Mm-hmm. The reserve fund, as we went through the budget, there was 3 different reserve funds. I think we had the reserve fund from the mayor's budget, the reserve fund from the committee, and then the reserve fund from the final adopted budget.
Correct.
And each one of them kind of edged up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is, so you could remove that money from the reserve fund and still, be within the council's policy, to have that, on the size of the reserve fund. What you could also do is, if you're going to proceed forward with cash, and if we find through the year that there is no other way if things get worse, and in fact we have difficulty balancing next year's budget, you could proceed with a reimbursement resolution, and I spoke with Mr. Chu earlier about this, so you would leave your options open if you had to issue MICLA, but you could proceed with these projects with the cash on hand.
Okay, and we have until January through March to make that decision, because that would be the 3rd quarter?
Correct. By March 31st of 2010, you'd have to make the surplus declaration.
Okay, but we'd also by then know the bids on CD13's project, and
yes,
we'd have other issues known as it relates to the state and other financial issues and property taxes and a variety of other things to know what condition, a better sense of the condition of the budget at that time.
Well, in fact, by the end of March, although the mayor's budget won't be out, I think there will be a general understanding of what you're going to be facing in the 10-11 fiscal year, certainly.
I mean, we'd have a real handle on what's happening 9-10.
Oh, very strong handle, and also a good snapshot of what you're looking at for 10-11 as well.
Okay, very good. Anything else? No. Okay, let me just ask we asked the CAO on item number 7 to come back with those reports. That's CLA to have a role in this. We get a joint report back, and we asked for that report back in 2 weeks so that we can have a full view of the scenarios, what those scenarios will cost the city over time, looking at both motions in 8 and 9. And I'd like to add a third scenario, and I don't think it replicates either one, but if we also can decipher what we did in council, because I think getting the intent of what we did in council is important, and what those judgments were would also be helpful as to that third scenario. And then I think what would be helpful to all of us if we had in that report a clear distinction of what the Special Parking Revenue Fund does and what it was expected to do, what are the state requirements in establishing that fund, and the language specifically in how we devised over the last 2 years what and how we used the borrowing language, so it's clear as to reading it just where and how we got where we are. And then we can make a decision in 2 weeks as to presenting it back to the council. Okay? Anything else?
Councilmember Parks, if I'd like to request a couple clarifications. Earlier I stated that the bids for the Vine Street Garage have not been released. The Department of Transportation reports that they have been released, they just have not been received yet.
Okay, so they're out on the street, and we just don't know what the cost will actually be until they come back and we unseal them.
Correct.
Okay, so we're a ways away from actually making a designation of some type as to the construction of that facility.
That is correct.
Do you know when that due date is?
In my last discussion with the Bureau of Engineering, the contract was supposed to be awarded, or is projected to be awarded around the end of November 2009.
When are they going to open the bids? When is the bid date due back? I was just informed July 22nd is the return date.
Councilmember, DOT reports that the bids are due back in about 4 weeks.
4 weeks from when it was issued, or for today?
From today.
From today. So early August then?
Yes.
Okay, so they'll open them within a couple weeks from there, but not award. They don't have to award the contracts until November, right? So what I'm trying to get at is, when are we going to, you think we're going to know the number? Because I'm also told that CRA needs to have some clarity within a very short period of time.
Yeah, Councilmember, I don't know the details on how they're going to process the bids. DOT is here if you want to ask them the specific details and timing.
Well, you're going to know the number within the next couple of weeks. It is a public works contract, so they'll have to do all of the compliance work, and they'll have to send it to the Board of Public Works to award. So there'll be some time before you actually award the contract. But the actual dollar amount, you'll know as soon as the bids are returned.
In about a month.
Yeah,
That's what you figure.
no more than, yeah.
Hi, Amir Sadati, Assistant General Manager. Councilmember, there was a additional request, I believe, had to do with the revenue control equipment within the garage. So the Bureau of Engineering had extended that due date back. So they had given all the bidders approximately additional couple of weeks, maybe 3-4 weeks to respond to those additional requests. So we're looking at hopefully about 4 weeks from now when we should have that. And Mr. Miller is correct, it has to go through that process.
Yeah, but we'll have the awards open and we'll know a number. Forget when you award the contract, we'll get an idea what the number is. And by then we'll know what the situation with CRA funding is going to be in Sacramento too, which is the critical element for them.
That's correct.
Okay, good.
Another point of clarification. Councilmember Parks, you requested that when the CAO and CLA write a report clarifying the Special Parking Revenue Fund transfer, to base that on the current ordinance that is in effect for 0910. You also requested that the ordinance be amended portion 7B, did you want the report to follow that amended ordinance or the current ordinance as it stands?
I think it's basically to be as it stands because that's the only guidance we have at the moment. But again, we clearly understand on 7B that the direction was not to pay the fund back with its own money. And so I think that should be clear as it relates to where we're headed on the amended ordinance. So that certainly you should take that into consideration. But I don't have the wording of the amended ordinance, so I can't really say use it, but you see what our intent was.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Intent to keep 7, 8, and 9 in committee for 2 weeks?
We'll keep all three in committee until we get those that report from the CAO and CLA. Okay. Thank you very much. We have no public comment. We've exhausted the agenda and we're adjourned. Great. Yeah, this guy, the more you deal with, the more you piss him off. I just feel takes over the chairmanship of the EDOC. That's what he says. Yeah, I mean, I should do that immediately. This thing,
You're watching LA City View, Channel 35.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
Same. And that struck him as rather profound because Jackson Pollock died 25 years before fractals were even discovered by a mathematician.
And who was it who also took their branches of trees and used them in the wind to paint?
That's Richard Taylor.
That's Richard.
He took a sabbatical as a physicist and wanted to study abstract art. And he went to the moors to Manchester School of Art, and his very first assignment was on the moors of England, and he was to paint the landscape. But he and his chums were stymied by the bad weather, so they strung up a contraption that had a bucket of paint on it and let the wind blow patterns on the canvas below. And when they came back to collect the pattern, it looked just like a Pollock.
Yeah. The other person you mentioned, and I did speak with him when his book came out, Brian Greene, about the string theory. I have to confess, I still don't understand it.
Well, I'm not sure that I do either, except to say that according to Brian and to the string theorists of the world, superstring theorists, everything is composed of a tiny vibrating string, and it's sort of like a letter in the alphabet, and all the other things that we observe are simply combinations of those strings. But the interesting thing about Brian Greene was that he talked about symmetry, and the notion that we can't see these strings has everything to do with our ability, or symmetry's ability, to help us solve problems with incomplete information. Because we know that symmetry is present, we can make conclusions based on that. And so it's sort of a profound, big idea.
Matthew, as I was reading that part of this book, I kept saying, well, I know he's involved with business, but are you also a physicist?
I'm not. I'm not. As a matter of fact, the toughest course I ever took in college was physics. My dad was a physicist, studied physics, and was adept at it, but not I.
Yeah, because you do use physics as sort of something to refer to.
Well, yeah, basically because Brian Greene talked about the elegant universe, and the term elegance, in the connotation that I'm using, it actually comes from science and mathematics, and so the connection is that, whether it's E equals mc squared, whether it's Richard Taylor on the moors of England studying abstract art, but the notion of elegance, which is the combination of two things, unusual simplicity and surprising impact or power,
really has its roots and basis in science, mathematics, and physics.
All right, after that comes symmetry, comes seduction.
Seduction.
And we use here Mona Lisa and something called sfumato.
Yes, Leonardo da Vinci. One of the secrets to the Mona Lisa really doesn't have anything to do with the secret code or anything, but what it has to do with is Leonardo da Vinci's technique that he called sfumato, which basically means smoky or hazy. And he solved a very difficult problem facing the Renaissance artists of the time, which was how do you make a painting of an animate object, an animal or a human being, look lifelike? And trying to recreate it too precisely defeated him and defeated the goal. And so he instructed and came up with a technique and instructed his students to make things a little bit blurry, a little bit ambiguous, a little bit smoky. Purposefully ambiguous, and that's why the Mona Lisa, when you look at her any number of times, she'll have a different expression on her face. Sometimes she's mocking you, sometimes she's smiling at you, sometimes she seems forlorn, but it's because he made the mouth and the smile deliberately ambiguous.
And of course you do refer to Vermeer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a number of painters, from Michelangelo on down that have used a technique called non finito, which means unfinished. If we leave things purposefully unfinished, our minds want to create that symmetry and that closure, and we will complete the painting, as it were, using our own imaginations.
Matthew, how does this relate to business? Where does this symmetry, seduction come in if you're, say, Toyota?
Well, good question. I started my journey toward elegance really at an organization called Toyota. And the term elegant solution actually had a lot of equity and weight around the company. We were looking for elegant solutions all the time. As a matter of fact, to this day, roughly 1 million tiny ideas are implemented on an annual basis all across the world at Toyota. And each of those ideas is trying to maximize the effect with the minimum of means. And gosh, in an economy like we have right now, to try and maximize and move our business forward with the minimum of economic resources and means and input, it's very powerful and it's very important. So I think it's a very timely concept with great applicability to business.
Wasn't there the car Ono?
Taiichi Ono.
Yes.
He was the chief engineer of the Toyota production system. Yes. He would teach, didn't teach me, obviously he predated my existence at Toyota, but he would teach students the power of observation. And that's part and parcel to the notion of symmetry and seduction and the whole notion of the next S, which is subtraction, which is if we take time to observe first, many of the things that we would try and design or over-design really are there if we look carefully. And we don't have to do a whole lot to invoke the power of what's already happening in front of us.
You described their designing Lexus.
Yes.
And they I think it was great. They taught them, go live like wealthy people live so that you will know what they want to in a car.
Yes, the designers of the Lexus back in the mid-'80s came to live here in California in Laguna Beach. As you know, Japan in general is a very frugal, very humble society in many respects. And to be honest with you, the notion of a luxury car was quite foreign to most people. And so they had to come here and live the Tony lifestyle. They went to all the posh restaurants and they talked to chauffeurs and went to all the great shopping centers, Rodeo Drive, drove all of the wonderful cars out there, the Porsches and the Jaguars and the Cadillacs, the Mercedes. Only criminals in Japan lived that way. And so they really had to immerse themselves to understand their customer, and that's part of the notion of observation.
We get to subtraction.
Yes.
What do we subtract?
Well, gosh, if you're In-N-Out Burger, if subtraction means not necessarily adding anything. Now, you're from Southern California. I'm sure you've been to an In-N-Out Burger.
No? I want to after reading what you said about the quality and not too much variety, but the quality is there for, if you're going for a hamburger, that's what you're going for.
Yeah, and it's interesting. They're called In-N-Out Burger, and they actually came up with the notion of a drive-through burger joint. But there's nothing In-N-Out about the place. The lines are always out the door. But what's fascinating about In-N-Out Burger is not just the quality of the hamburger that you get there, but it's the fact that there are only 4 or 5 items on the menu, but there's a secret menu that has 24 or so items on it. They've never formally changed the menu. It's very, very simple, as it was back in the 50s, but everyone who goes there knows of the secret menu, and you can have anything you want done. Their only rule is do anything the customer wants to a burger. You can have a burger that's 100 patties deep if you want. As a matter of fact, the CEO of Zappos.com had one made for him in just that way and took a team of 6 to Las Vegas to eat it.
I've read about, there are novels where people say, oh, I'm coming back to Los Angeles for In-N-Out. Or I've read nonfiction where people said, oh, on his political tour, he had to have an In-N-Out burger. I have to say, I have not had one. But the way you describe it, I think, I'll have to look where they are.
Well, it's two things. It's really the quality of the burger. It's very simple, but it's the notion of mystique. They have refused to add anything to their menu in a formal way. And so that sort of bonds their customers to them, because you can create and co-create a kind of burger. I've actually created one myself.
Oh. You're not telling me.
It's called, well, I'm going to try and get it standardized. It's called a reverse double twist. I have them grill the bread inside out, and instead of stacking 2 cheese patties, I have them facing in so the cheese is in the middle.
Well, very creative, and we'll say that's an elegant burger. But you talked, too, about Lance Armstrong and Chris Carmichael, who trains him.
Yes. I got to talk to Chris in this, and I've always been a student of Lance Armstrong's. Not just because he was a cancer survivor, and not just because he was a Tour de France winner 7 times over, but by the process that he used to get back in the saddle after overcoming his bout with cancer to win 7 straight Tour de France titles. It was very scientific, and it was subtractive in nature. He dismantled the power equation because his body had been decimated by chemotherapy, changed his physical structure. They had to figure out a new way to ride a bike. And lo and behold, there is a new way to ride a bike, at least there was at the time. Yeah. And he was able to come up with a strategy where he pedaled much faster standing up out of the saddle than everyone else, who was grinding big gears and seated on the bike, and no one could touch him in the mountains. And that notion of focusing your training, using fewer hours but getting very specific and retraining your neuromuscles, your neuromusculature to do that, I thought was a wonderful example in sports of a subtractive strategy.
Then they had to change his eating habits.
Well, he, like most of the other cyclists, they have an off period in the winter, and when they're training, they have to be very careful of what they eat. But when they're in the off season, they like to eat In-N-Out Burger and drink beer the way the rest of us.
Now, you also have entered the competition at the New Yorker magazine.
I entered it last year, and I won.
Were you surprised?
I was surprised. Yeah. They get anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000 entries in the cartoon caption contest, which is in the back of the magazine. And I decided in writing this book that what I really needed was a little bit of street cred, a little street credibility in the notion, in the way of being able to talk about seduction. That's a very seductive contest. They leave something out, the caption. And it's a single panel, generally speaking, by one of the artists at the New Yorker magazine. It used to be an annual contest. Now it's a weekly one. I was surprised. I was surprised to be a finalist because it goes through 2 rounds. You become one of 3, and then people vote on it, sort of like American Idol for cartoons, I guess. But I was absolutely surprised. I didn't think my caption was necessarily that funny.
What did you... Oh, it's cute. It's here in the book. What did you get as a prize other than ego?
And bragging rights? Yeah, exactly. I got a very nice full-size panel framed and signed by the artist, and it's hanging in my den as we speak. So.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's probably my biggest bragging point.
Have you done it another time? Because now we get to the last S, which is sustainability.
Yes. Well, interestingly enough, I had tried 2 times before, just on a whim. So that was my 3rd time. I'm a little fearful of trying it again. I'm going to press my luck. But sustainability, a good example of that actually is the New Yorker cartoon caption contest. It never fails to drum up interest. People, go to the back right away. So it is sustainable. In other words, it's not just a one-off idea. It has some longevity to it. And sustainability right now is all the rage in terms of design, of homes, of energy systems. But sustainability is something we all face in our lives and our careers. So.
Sustainability, I think it's more frightening, the thought of obsolescence.
And you're right. Our products and our services move so quickly these days that as soon as you buy something, it is obsolete in terms of features and benefits, and we get overloaded with features and benefits, and that's why elegance is so powerful, because it stops us in our tracks, and we go, oh my gosh, that's so simple, I have to have it.
Yeah. Elegance today, partly you're talking to a Japanese word, kaizen.
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 Kaizen, yes, it's a Japanese word, but it's an American concept. It's a word that they came up with in the 1940s when we taught them, following World War II, the notion of continuous improvement, which is, by and large, why we were able to win World War II, quite frankly. Our manufacturing prowess was based on a concept of continuous improvement. And Kaizen is something that if you work for a Toyota, for instance, it is mandatory. It is something, it's the air that you breathe.
Education.
Everything. Improvement, innovation, education, learning, constant learning. It's the notion that there is no best, only better.
Interesting woman, too, is Sarah Susaka, which is Not So Big a House.
Yes, the Not So Big House. I met her a couple of years ago when we were speaking at the same event, and I was fascinated by her architectural approach to homes. She can make a 2,000 square foot home feel like it's 4,000 square feet because she designs the volume.
I don't know if the camera can pick up, but it's one room here being made into 3 by lowering the floor or raising the ceiling so that there is a difference between all 3.
Yeah, and that's a subtractive approach. You take one and you make it 3 by removing some space. It's sort of interesting. She taught me a lot about subtraction.
Yeah, and about using alcoves and parts of houses that one doesn't expect. But that's really a townhouse feeling.
Well, when you go in, she designed the Life magazine Dream House about 10 years ago. Now that's sort of one of her claims to fame, she and her team of architects, and it's really not so much a townhouse feel when you get in it. There's a lot of open space.
Yeah.
There's incomplete walls. And she really has taken the notion of incomplete ideas to the architectural field, and you get a greater impact and feeling of space and coziness and livability by her subtractive approach and incomplete designs, as it were.
And for sustainability, the man Abba, who was a Shell Award winner because he figured out pots, how to put them inside each other.
Well, yes, as you know, it's an African story. Water and refrigeration is non-existent in parts of Africa, and it really was detrimental to their entire way of living because they were subsistence farmers, and the produce that they raised and sold would rot very quickly. And so very simple, elegant, sustainable solution was to put a pot inside of a pot, to line it with wet river sand, and it cools the inside of the pot 10 to 12 degrees, and things stay fresher 2 to 3 times longer. And, without electricity and without a refrigeration, it's a wonderful, sustainable strategy.
I like the concept, too, of broken windows, which is if you let broken windows exist, you will have trouble.
Well, anyone who read The Tipping Point and knows of William Bratton's broken windows theory strategies in New York City, beginning with the New York subway system and then to the New York Police Department, knows the broken windows theory, which is to concentrate on the little crimes, which you would never get by looking at statistics.
Now, Michael Levine has written Broken Windows too, but for business, because the minute you have somebody comes into your office and maybe there's a dirty cup or something, you know it's like a broken window.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. What really struck me about the broken windows theory, because it was something that got attached to Bill Bratton, who, as you know, chief of police.
Chief of police.
And I got to work with the LAPD for several years, and I got to meet him. And what I was struck by, and the point of the broken windows, is the notion of observing first before you do anything rash, before you take bold action. Look at the little things, look at the details, observe what's going on around you. And I found that there was a great connection between the way he thought and the way Toyota executives thought. So it was a story I had doing.
What were you working on for the police?
A number of things. They had come to Toyota to help them in improving all kinds of processes, and we taught them Kaizen. We taught them how to think through an idea using a blend of creativity and logic, and to make little changes with big impact. And I got to work with the bomb squad, I got to work with narcotics, I got to work with the jail, the jail system, you name it.
This was all on loan from Toyota while you were there?
Yes.
The book ends with Dr. Jeffrey Schwartz from UCLA, whose specialty is obsessive-compulsive behavior.
Jeffrey's quite the character, and I spent a good bit of time with him because I really wanted to understand this notion of patterns in our brain and how quickly these patterns get formed and how they can be helpful, but how they can also get in the way of elegant solutions, because he told me that our brains are like a TiVo. They record all these experiences that we have all day long, and they form patterns almost instantaneously, and it helps us get through the day by and large.
I like that word, brain lock.
Brain lock, yes. And that was the title of his book, Brain Lock. Well, sometimes in business, don't you know, we get brain lock, and we get so caught up in our own patterns and ways of thinking that it's difficult to break free of them. And as a matter of fact, some of the most elegant, groundbreaking solutions come when we're not even thinking about the problem in the first place. And all of that sort of came from spending time with him. He actually tried to teach me how to meditate to quiet my mind and quiet my brain, and I failed miserably.
And Brain Paint.
Brain Paint, yes. Brain Paint is a neurofeedback center here in Los Angeles. Because I failed so miserably at learning how to meditate, he wanted me to understand the kinds of brain waves that precede the legendary aha or your eureka moment. And so he sent me to Brain Paint, and you can see your brain patterns and brain waves dance on the computer screen in front of you, and they help you train your brain to get into that quiet zone, which they have determined precedes when we get all these great connections, and all of a sudden we have that aha moment when we're in the shower or taking a walk or riding a bike.
Matthew, who is your audience, and what do you want them to achieve from this book?
Well, my audience really is anyone in the business of ideas. Now, if you think about that for a moment, it's everyone, because all of us have to exchange ideas, whether we're talking about where we're going to go for dinner tonight or whether we're trying to design a new product. We're all in the business of exchanging and selling our ideas, and conventional wisdom is that to be successful, an idea has to be complete and concrete and certain. And my question in all of that is, well, what if that's wrong? What if the most compelling, most imaginative solutions and ideas are those that have something missing? So my audience really is the world. It's a big idea for the world kind of book.
Has anybody tried it yet?
Well, a number of people have tried it. Beyond the folks in my book and the stories that I tell, my day job is working with teams, creative teams, senior management teams in organizations, and helping them to come up with elegant solutions.
There's another interesting book about groupthink called Hot Groups that Harold Levitt and Jean Lippman-Blumen co-authored, and about how within an organization, a group that will get together and the uniqueness that they feel helps stimulate the hot groups.
And I have seen that happen. I've seen, for instance, the Los Angeles Police Department's bomb squad come up with a groundbreaking new way to respond to bomb calls by getting those people in the room in a compressed amount of time and giving them a seemingly unsurmountable challenge and watching them solve it.
Matthew, thank you. Will you autograph
Absolutely.
my book?
My pleasure.
Thank you. And if you'd like to know what else we've been reading, visit me on the web at www.conniemartinson.com. We'll try and be symmetrous for you. We'll try to be seductive. We will try all of that and hope that we will be sustainable. Meanwhile, support your local library, and whatever you can do, support it, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much, Matthew.
Thank you very much. Bye.
The preceding has been a presentation of the Los Angeles Public Library.
Nina, Marisol, Shane, Nina Ray, Christine, Juanetta,
We're here honoring women in film. This is a group of women who are committed to helping other women succeed in film and media professions. They do a number of things, like assist independent filmmakers, provide internships and scholarships, hold events and seminars to provide information, and help create public service announcements for various organizations.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Spence, and I'm with the Women in Film PSA Production Program. The Women in Film PSA Production Program is a very, very unique and wonderful program in LA. It is a charity within a charity serving charities. And my line is, as I like to say, we are helping our community grow and profit one charity at a time. Because what we're doing is we are serving the community by helping women and children with the nonprofits, and also helping women in front and behind the camera.
I am strong. I am prepared. I am wise.
To find out how you can help support WISE in your community, visit our website at WISC.org.
The production program shoots one day. Everyone gives their time and service for free, which is extremely incredible, which is another wonderful thing that I love about LA. There are so many wonderful people that are eager to help. And
We're here honoring women in film. This is a group of women.
to Connie Martinson Talks Books. The word elegant has many connotations, but my guest today, Matthew May, has used it in relation to business. The book is called In Pursuit of Elegance, Why the Best Ideas Have Something Missing. It's published by Broadway Books. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you very much.
And what are they missing?
Well, they could be missing any number of things, but the best ideas, I think, are those that have thoughtfully and artfully have something missing so that it engages our imagination and we inject ourselves into the idea, and they're ever more
honoring women in film. This is a group of women who are committed to helping other women succeed in film and media professions. They do a number of things, like assist independent filmmakers, provide internships and scholarships, hold events and seminars to provide information, and help create public service announcements for various organizations.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Spence, and I'm with the Women in Film PSA Production Program. The Women in Film PSA Production Program is a very, very unique and wonderful program in LA. It is a charity within a charity serving charities. And my line is, as I like to say, we are helping our community grow and profit one charity at a time. Because what we're doing is we are serving the community by helping women and children with the nonprofits, and also helping women in front and behind the camera.
I am strong. I am prepared. I am wise.
To find out how you can help support WISE in your community, visit our website at WISC.org.
The production program shoots one day. Everyone gives their time and service for free, which is extremely incredible, which is another wonderful thing that I love about LA. There are so many wonderful people that are eager to help, and that's how we are able to achieve so much for the program. What the PSA program has been able to achieve for them is absolutely phenomenal. We have been able to get the word out, and what I love about it is that we are literally serving our community one PSA at a time.
I am important.
I can make the right choices.
I'm Wendy Malik for Inside Out Community Arts. Help kids help themselves. Please call today to donate your time and encouragement.
It's actually a win-win situation because the nonprofits really do get a marketing tool that they can use in so many ways.
This is our chance to be heard. We are all building a city at peace. City of Peace uses theater arts to empower teens and strengthen communities. To learn more, please visit City of Peace online or call 310-313-6094.
Gangs are an issue. We just finished the GAP program, which is a phenomenal program.
These are my shoes. This is my life and my choice. Gang 3. See my anger in a cave. Read a book in a maze. I don't do drugs, never have, never will. That's why my heart's on a grave. Everybody hates Chris cause he wouldn't join the gang. Now he's living the life, doing TV. No gangs, no courage. Find out now about the Gang Alternatives Program. Go to gang3.org. Make the right choice.
I've been very fortunate in that I came to California through Detroit. I was working at an ad agency that also had an office here in LA, and we were doing a lot of the car commercials. When I came to LA, I just grew tremendously in my professional career. So many people were so eager to help me, and I've been able to pass that on to the PSA program.
Change your mind. Be a tutor.
My inspiration has always been family first, God, and country. I am not a man in uniform. I am so thankful for them, but this is the way I can inspire people and help our country by participating in running the PSA program.
We welcome your support.
I I am inspired every day by other people and what they bring to the table. And it doesn't matter if it's a child, a dog, people I work with, my family. Life is great. We've got the Terminator as governor. And I think a lot of people think of that first. One thing everyone should really look at is the diversity here. And I firmly believe that if you tried, you could meet someone from every part of the world. That is incredible when you come to think of it. Though there's a great diversity, we're missing a really good pizza. You can't knock a good pizza from Chicago, Detroit, or New York. I'm sorry. It's just not here yet. If you'd like to get involved, please look up Women in Film at WIF.org. My name is Bonnie Spence, and I'm a very proud face of LA. Come and visit. Never mind the person behind the curtain. But I will get you to do a lot of things that you never thought you could do.
Hi, I'm Shannon Lamert Park. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
It's Fat Albert. Oh, actually, my real name is Keenan Thompson, but I play Fat Albert in the live-action film based on Bill Cosby's hit show. My buddies and I love adventure, but we also love a good challenge. That's why we love the NASA Sci-Fi. If you want an adventure in math, science, and technology, check in on the Treehouse Detectives out on the trail with their latest case on this exciting episode of the NASA Sci-Files.
And learn about math, science, and technology. Discovering the world we're in, doing cool experiments.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. Why is it important to classify animals? Which phylum of invertebrates is most common? What are the 5 classes of vertebrates? When you see this icon, the answer is near. The water at top speeds, checking out nature, and the wildlife was amazing. Right, amazing. Come on, Catherine. That has to rank up there as one of the coolest. You're right. It was cool, but what? I've been thinking. Remember when we were out on the boat and we stopped to examine some of the plant life under the water? Well, I turned around to see this bird fall from the sky. I followed it down only to see another bird flailing around in the water, obviously hurt. I mentioned it to our guide, and he said that on a preserve, they don't usually rescue or help animals under stress from natural causes. There are no traps or anything there, so the bird probably had been attacked by a predator, but it got in the way. They don't interfere. I don't know. It just seems like there's something that we can do to help. Well, we are talking about nature. I'm not sure we can help every animal. True, but I wonder what we can do. Kelly might be able to help. She's the expert on nature and animals. She probably doesn't have time. I think she's working on some kind of project. I have an idea, but it's going to require everyone's help and Jacob's backyard. Jacob might be hard to convince. I don't know. Beneath his harsh exterior lies a truly compassionate nature lover. Really? Okay, so I'm exaggerating, but I'm sure I'll help. Let's contact the others.
I don't know how you expect me to help you with the wildlife badge research with all this prime real estate just waiting to be developed.
Tony, if we build houses everywhere there are forests, there won't be any wildlife.
Of course, you're right. By the way, how's the research coming along?
I've taken some pictures of our state bird, and I've identified some poisonous plants. But I still have a lot of work to do.
Well, I hope you have some extra time on your hands.
What's up?
I just got an email from Catherine. She said she saw an injured animal in the Everglades, and she and Bianca want to create their own backyard habitat.
Sounds cool. Whose backyard?
They've talked to Jacob, and he's agreed to use his backyard. I think he's hoping he doesn't have to cut the grass anymore.
At least he's doing what he can to help.
Good point. But the question is, what can we do? They're sure in Florida and don't know where to begin.
I'm not sure, but maybe my research for my wildlife badge can help them.
Great idea. Let's start with the problem board.
Okay, what do we know?
We know that Catherine saw an injured animal in distress.
And of course we know that animals are a part of the animal kingdom.
And we also know that there are many different types of animals. So what do we need to know?
I think we need to start with the basics. If we're going to make a habitat for animals, we should learn how to classify and identify them.
And which ones we need to protect.
So where should we go?
Didn't you go on a camping trip to Busch Gardens with your Girl Scout troop?
Right. They take care of some amazing animals there. I'm sure they'll help us. I'll email my troop leader.
Excellent idea. And don't forget, we have to email Dr. D, Bianca and Catherine, and download a Get Up and Go sheet. You can get your own Get Up and Go sheet at the NASA Sci-Files website.
It may take a lot of hard work, but it's good to help. I'm here at Busch Gardens in Williamsburg, Virginia, to talk with their zoological manager, Mr. Rob Yorty. He actually works with wolves here at the park, so it should be very exciting.
The wolves are very fascinating creatures, but remember, no cameras, backpacks, and also don't look them in the eye so we won't distract them.
No problem. They look like dogs.
Well, that's because they're in the same phylum Chordata, subphylum Vertebrata, class Mammalia, order Carnivora, and family Canidae as dogs are.
Could you repeat that?
Well, actually, in your email, you requested information on how to classify animals, and that is the classification for wolves. But maybe we should start at the beginning.
That sounds like a good idea. We know that there are two main kingdoms, plants and animals, but we need to learn more about how animals are classified.
Just like for plants, scientists use a classification system for animals. The animal kingdom is divided into smaller groups. The largest group within a kingdom is a phylum. Phyla are divided into classes. Classes are divided into smaller and smaller groups. The smallest group is the species.
Why is it important to classify animals?
By classifying animals, we can give each organism a unique, scientifically accepted name, which avoids confusion.
Why can't you just call a dog a dog?
Well, an animal's common name can vary within languages, also within regions, even in the same country. Here in the U.S., the mountain lion is also called the panther, the cougar, or the puma. It's known as a cat with many names.
So how do animals get their names?
Well, scientists look at specific characteristics of each organism to divide them into groups. The animal kingdom is divided into two specific groups, vertebrates and invertebrates.
How are they different?
Vertebrates are animals with a backbone or spinal column. Invertebrates are not.
I have a backbone. I must be a vertebrate.
Yes, you are. About 5% of animals are vertebrates and are categorized into classes according to their traits. Vertebrates include fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals.
Wow, only 5%? Does that mean the other 95% are invertebrates?
That's correct. The invertebrate phyla consists of many different species of worms, insects, sponges, and even microscopic organisms.
If I were to find an animal in my backyard that I didn't recognize, how could I identify it?
Well, one way that scientists use to identify an animal is through the use of a dichotomous key.
Dichotomous key? I'm not sure I understand.
Dichotomous means separated into two parts. Dichotomous key is a method used to identify an object by giving a specific set of choices all the way down to the object's name, or in this case, an animal.
How does it work?
You start out with two characteristics. After choosing the first characteristic, you are given two more to choose from. You keep making choices until you classify the animal.
If you're looking at an animal, the first set of characteristics would be backbone or no backbone. And if it has a backbone, then you would keep looking at other characteristics to narrow it down.
Exactly. Like the gray wolf, you would start out with backbone or no backbone. You would choose backbone. The next set of choices would be fur or feathers. You would choose fur. Go down to the next set would be long canine teeth or short canine teeth. You would choose long canine teeth and eventually get down to the gray wolf classification.
They're really beautiful.
The gray wolf used to be endangered in the United States due to overhunting and the loss of habitat, but through conservation efforts it is now considered threatened. It is the largest of the canid species and has the largest range of any land mammal with the exception of humans. They are pack hunters and usually feed on mammals larger than themselves, including caribou, elk, and deer. They also have a very distinctive howl.
You're lucky to have such cool animals here at the park.
We're thrilled, and Busch Gardens Williamsburg is committed to the conservation of all animals. We have lots of different animals in our park to help teach our guests about their habitats, behaviors, the animal status in the wild, and what needs to be done to help the environment.
Seeing an animal up close and personal really does make a difference.
Just wait till you see the show.
Hi, Kaylee. What a cool vessel.
Yes, it is. It's like the kind used to collect bioluminescent organisms.
You sure can learn a lot about organisms in this glowing exhibit.
Very funny, Dr. D. I was surprised to learn that organisms can give off light by mixing chemicals in their own body, just like mixing chemicals in this glow stick.
Right, organisms that make themselves glow are called bioluminescent.
Did you know that 90% of mid-ocean organisms are bioluminescent? They use their light to blind their predators, attract prey, and find a mate.
Wow, you really know your stuff.
In the ocean, you'll find jellyfish, sea cucumbers, shrimp, squid, and octopus that glow. And on land, you'll find fireflies, glowworms, snails, and click-beetles.
So far you've mentioned only invertebrate animals.
Right. We learned that the animal kingdom is divided into vertebrates and invertebrates. Mr. Yorty at Busch Gardens told us that most of the animals are invertebrates.
Very good. The animal kingdom has over 30 major groups or phyla. One of these includes all of the vertebrates, and there are 8 others that include a majority of the invertebrates. Do you know which of the invertebrates are the most common?
I'm pretty sure insects are the most common.
Insects, including fireflies, are part of the phylum known as Arthropoda. There are more than 1 million arthropod species, and most of them are insects.
Does Arthropoda also include crabs and spiders?
Yes, it does, along with bioluminescent shrimp.
Are snails arthropods?
No. Arthropods have a hardened exoskeleton, which you might confuse with a snail's shell. Arthropods also have jointed appendages like wings, legs, or antennas.
So snails must be grouped with other shelled animals like clams.
Very good. Clams, mussels, and snails, along with octopus and squid, are all part of mollusca. Mollusks are soft-bodied. In fact, mollusca comes from the Latin word for soft.
Jellyfish are soft. Are they also part of mollusca?
Fortunately, classification's a little more complicated than just hard and soft. Jellyfish, along with corals, are part of Cnidaria. These animals have tentacles and stinging cells.
Cnidaria. That's strange to say.
How about Nematoda?
That sounds like it has to do with the frogs.
Nematoda actually refers to roundworms, which have a tube-like body. Earthworms are also tube-like, but they belong to the phylum Annelida, which are segmented animals.
Worms share some complicated names.
Just wait, there's more. Platyhelminthes, which is Latin for flatworm, are the simplest animals that have organ systems.
And I thought sea cucumber was a strange name.
Oh, sea cucumbers are from the Echinodermata phylum, along with sand dollars and starfish. These spiny skin animals have suction cup feet. The next phylum is very simple.
Finally, a simple name.
No, the name is not simple, but the animals are. Sponges are part of the Porifera phylum. These primitive animals have no symmetry, tissues, or organs.
Wow, classifying animals is harder than I thought. I hope we fare better with our backyard habitat.
Have you heard from the others?
Bianca and Catherine are researching vertebrates. They made a contact at NASA Kennedy Space Center, so they should have some excellent data.
True. I'm going out of town. If I could help.
Catherine and I are meeting with Ms. Rebecca Smith, a wildlife ecologist at NASA Kennedy Space Center.
Part of her job is to monitor and minimize the effects of the space program on the environment, habitats, and wildlife. Plus, she knows all about vertebrates. Maybe we'll get to see some other than ourselves.
Reach around and touch the middle of your back. What do you feel?
I feel my backbone.
Exactly. All vertebrates have an endoskeleton, which is an internal skeleton with a backbone. They have small bones called vertebrae. They typically consist of a bony arch that encloses a hole for the spinal cord and have stubby projections that connect with adjacent bones.
Why do vertebrates need an endoskeleton?
It supports and protects the internal organs of the body and also provides a place for muscles to attach. The vertebrae protect the nerve or spinal cord, and because it is in many pieces, it allows an animal to bend.
So if an animal has a backbone, you know it belongs to the phylum Vertebrata. But how can you determine which class it belongs to?
You have to look at other characteristics or attributes. A key difference among vertebrates is how they regulate body temperature.
What do you mean?
The frog and the snake are both cold-blooded animals called ectotherms. They don't have an internal ability to control their body temperature. They rely on heat from the environment to keep them at a temperature for life processes. So when it's cold, their body processes slow down, and when it's warm, they speed up.
What about warm-blooded animals?
They're called endotherms. Their bodies can regulate heat, so they maintain a constant body temperature even if the temperature changes around them. Shivering, panting, and sweating are some of the ways that endotherms can control their body temperature.
Which classes of vertebrates are warm-blooded and which are cold-blooded?
There are 5 classes of vertebrates. Fish, amphibians, and reptiles are cold-blooded. Birds and mammals are warm-blooded.
So once you know if they're warm-blooded or cold-blooded, what other characteristics can you use to determine an animal's class?
Each class is very different. For example, fish have fins, gills, and most have scales that cover and protect their body. They live in a variety of aquatic habitats from saltwater to freshwater.
So all fish aren't the same?
No, there are 3 types: jawless fish, cartilage fish, and bony fish.
Amphibians live in water. How are they different from fish?
Unlike fish, most amphibians only spend part of their lives in the water and the rest of their lives on land. There are 3 types of amphibians: frogs and toads, newts and salamanders, and caecilians.
Why do they spend time on land and in water?
Amphibians need the water to lay their eggs. The young are also aquatic for a time before they go through metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis is the process that occurs when an animal changes form as it develops into an adult.
That's correct. For example, a frog develops from an egg to a tadpole and then to an adult.
What about reptiles?
Snakes are reptiles. You want to see a corn snake?
Sure.
Come on. Some reptiles, such as water snakes and sea turtles, live most of their lives in the water. But reptiles are primarily crocodilians, turtles, lizards, and snakes that can live on land from birth to death without returning to the water to reproduce. This is a corn snake. Most snakes in the U.S. are not poisonous and are actually beneficial to us because they occupy an important ecological niche, such as keeping the rodent population under control.
She's cool. What about birds?
Birds are unique because they lay hard-shelled eggs, they have beaks, wings, and feathers, and lightweight hollow bones that make it easier to fly.
So that leaves us mammals.
That's correct. Mammals have hair, give live birth, and feed milk to their young. There are 3 different types of mammals: the egg-laying mammals, the pouched mammals or marsupials, and the placental mammals, which are the largest group.
Don't mammals live in a variety of different habitats?
Animals such as whales and dolphins live in the ocean, sloths live in the trees, bats fly around, and moles live underground.
Wow, I never knew animals were so diverse.
It must be fun to study animals every day.
And challenging. For example, whenever a new building needs to be built or a pipeline needs to be laid, we go to the area and survey the site to see what animals will be affected. Whenever possible, we move the animals out of harm's way, and we work closely with project managers to reduce or eliminate the impacts.
Thanks, Ms. Smith.
Now we need to research what animals need.
Mr. Mario Moda, a colleague of mine, might be able to help you.
Great! Protecting animals may be more difficult than we thought. I know Kaylee and the other treehouse detectives are working hard, but we still have a lot to do.
So what's up? What kinds of animals will Jacob find in his backyard? Will the treehouse detectives find a new species? Is a backyard nature preserve a good idea? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Zany Animal Antics.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What are the basic needs of animals? What are the 3 basic reasons animals migrate? What is different between mitosis and meiosis? Why is it important for a species to have genetic diversity?
You're not going to believe it.
but it's all right here. With proper planning and maintenance, you can create your own backyard preserve, or habitat.
That's amazing.
And if you follow their guidelines, you can actually have your backyard officially recognized.
How'd you find out about all this?
I have a friend who deals strictly with agricultural stocks. I gave him a few leads on some farm equipment companies, and he gave me the scoop on backyard habitats.
Cool.
So is everybody helping out?
All the treehouse detectives are pitching in. Catherine and Bianca are down at NASA Kennedy in Florida, and RJ's at Adventure Camp at Busch Gardens in Tampa.
We certainly have a great team.
Well, we haven't officially heard from RJ yet, but Dr. D's going to talk to him down in Florida.
And of course, NASA is a big resource.
Yes, they are. In fact, Catherine and Bianca are supposed to talk to Mr. Mario Moda there today.
I hope they remember to download their Get Up and Go sheets. You can download your own Get Up and Go sheet at the NASA Sci Files website.
Miss Smith was right. Mr. Mario Moda agreed to meet with us about animals. He's a wildlife biologist working with sea turtles here at NASA Kennedy Space Center. We hope to learn more about basic needs of animals, and if we're lucky, we may find a sea turtle nest on the beach.
Well, an animal's basic needs are pretty simple. They need food, water, shelter, and another mate so they can reproduce.
That sounds simple enough. But how do you know what kind of food animals need?
Depends on the species, but no matter what kind of animal it is, you gotta make sure you have a healthy food chain. Do you know about the food chain?
We've studied the food chain in school. It's the process of energy being transferred from one organism to another.
That's right. All living things need food for energy. Producers such as plants, algae, and other organisms convert light energy into sugar molecules that the plant uses for food energy. A portion of this energy is passed on when animals called consumers eat the plant.
And then other consumers eat the consumers that ate the plants.
Very good. And then energy stored in the molecules of one organism is transferred to another organism.
Making a food chain.
Plants are at the bottom. Animals such as deer and rabbits are called herbivores, and they eat the plants. The herbivores are then eaten by a carnivore, such as a wolf or lion.
Aren't there some that eat both plants and animals?
Yes, they're called omnivores. In the final stage of the food chain, when an animal or plant dies, they're broken down by bacteria called decomposers. Decomposers turn the remains into materials that can be used by the plants.
Food chains seem simple at first, but they're really complex.
In a habitat, there are many feeding relationships. Some can be very complex, so scientists use a food web to better show these relationships.
A web like a spider's web?
Actually, a spider's web is a good analogy. It is intricately woven and connected just like a food web.
What if something happens to an animal's habitat?
The food web would be disrupted, and it could disrupt the balance of plant and animal populations.
What do you mean?
Let's say a fire destroyed a habitat and removed all the plants. Without plants, then the herbivores would not have food to eat. Without herbivores, then the carnivores would also starve.
The animals would have to move to a new habitat.
It's not always that easy. Some habitats are small or enclosed by human development, such as subdivisions, making it difficult for animals to migrate to a new habitat.
If they can't find a new habitat, won't they die?
They might, and it could even lead to the extinction of some species.
I never realized that everything is so connected.
Yes, it is, and as part of my job here at NASA, I study the sea turtles that live in the estuaries and lagoons to make sure that their habitats aren't disrupted.
Mr. Moda told us all about how sea turtles are endangered and threatened, and how the beaches at NASA Kennedy provide nesting sites for them. By monitoring their population health, age structure, growth reproduction, mortality, and the impact of human activity, NASA can help the species thrive. We didn't get to see any, but Mr. Moda said that to do that, we would have to go out to sea.
I never knew that working as a zookeeper required so much. Feeding, raking, cleaning, more feeding. It's hard work, but it's very rewarding. Of course, I'm looking forward to my break. Hopefully I can take care of a little research for the treehouse detectives when I meet Dr. D today on the Busch Gardens Serengeti plain habitat. Each zebra has a unique set of stripes, which creates an optical illusion that confuses a predator. Oh, and I also learned that in 12 months, the animals of the Serengeti plain in Africa will travel in a large circle of about 1,000 kilometers.
That's right. The migration includes hundreds of thousands of herbivores, including Thompson's gazelles, zebras, and wildebeest like these here.
Wow, they're pretty funny-looking animals.
African legend says they're made for spare parts. Wildebeest are, however, well suited for their migration. For example, most wildebeest calves can stand and run in less than 10 minutes after birth.
Wow, that's amazing. But I thought migration meant going south for the winter. Does it get that cold in Africa?
No, but there are seasons, wet and dry. During the dry season, the grass dries out and water becomes scarce. Herbivores that migrate leave in search of new grass and plentiful water.
I know that other animals, like birds, will migrate great distances. This also in search of food?
There are three basic reasons for migration. The first is food and water. The second is to escape harsh weather.
So I guess that when birds fly south for the winter, they get both a milder climate and more food.
Very good. When they go north for the summer, they get more hours of daylight to gather food.
How do animals travel thousands of kilometers to find a destination? Must have some way to navigate.
Are you ready to try an experiment?
Okay, why not?
Close your eyes and I'll spin you around. Now, keep your eyes closed and point north.
Are you kidding, Dr. D? I can't point north with my eyes closed. I'm not even sure if I can point north with my eyes open without a compass.
Some animals can. They have a built-in compass in their head that helps them find their destination. Other animals use the sun or stars to find their way.
Couldn't animals just use landmarks such as mountains or lakes on their journeys?
Sometimes they do. Salmon migrate using a keen sense of smell.
Dr. D, can I ask just one more quick question?
Sure, RJ.
Can I open my eyes now?
Of course. You'll need to see to feed the giraffes.
Dr. D, didn't you say there are 3 reasons for migration?
Good memory, RJ. The third reason for animal migration is reproduction. They want to provide their young with plenty of food and with protection from predators and extremes in the environment.
I should have guessed reproduction. That's one of an animal's basic needs.
And migration is all about meeting basic needs.
Thanks, Dr. D. I'm working at the Nairobi Field Station later today. That will be a great place to learn more about animal reproduction.
Right. But first, let's get some more hibiscus leaves for the giraffe.
I've been going over our notes so far, and I think Jacob's in for a big surprise.
And there's a lot to consider when it comes to creating your own preserve.
Right, like whether your property is rural, suburban, or urban, and what types of wildlife the habitat will support.
And of course you have to support the basic needs of the animals in your habitat, otherwise they might migrate to another area. Good thing we have RJ's notes on migration.
And Dr. D talked about animal growth through reproduction,
which is critical to the population. Hopefully RJ will learn more at the Nairobi Field Station at Busch Gardens in Tampa. He's working with Miss Diedring as we speak.
We should visit Jacob's backyard to see what types of animals already live there.
Good idea. Otherwise I'll have to hire some survey consultants as well.
What do you mean?
Well, if the habitat is successful, I have other problems to consider. Parking, ticket prices, a possible treehouse detective gift shop.
And I'm sure you'll be giving Jacob some of the proceeds.
Don't worry, he's salaried.
Dr. D mentioned that animal reproduction was important for the survival of species. We need to learn more about how animals reproduce.
Well, there are 2 main ways that animals reproduce, sexually and by asexual reproduction.
What's the difference?
Well, to understand the difference, first you need to know a little bit about cells.
I remember from science class that a cell is the smallest unit or basic building block of living things. And they have a nucleus that is surrounded by cytoplasm and a cell membrane.
That's correct, very good. The nucleus actually contains DNA. Now, DNA is the genetic code that determines the characteristics of animals, such as blonde hair or brown hair or blue eyes or green eyes, and so on as with humans.
So how do cells reproduce?
All cells reproduce from other cells.
Do all cells reproduce the same way?
No, there are actually 2 ways that cells reproduce. One way that cells, such as body cells, reproduce is through mitosis. In mitosis, the cell duplicates its genetic material and then splits in 2, forming 2 identical cells. Mitosis is the process by which animals are able to grow.
Okay, so if that's mitosis, what's the other way?
Meiosis. In this method, certain cells in the reproductive tissue divide so that they contain exactly half of the genetic material. The chromosomes that carry the genetic codes occur in pairs, and during meiosis, one half of each pair goes to the new cells. In males, these are the sperm cells, and in females, they're the egg cells.
Okay, so what does cell division have to do with reproduction?
In asexual reproduction, an offspring is formed from one parent cell. The parent cell goes through mitosis and forms an offspring that is identical to the parent.
What types of animals reproduce asexually?
Flatworms and sponges are two of them. Starfish, also known as sea stars, reproduce by regeneration, which is a form of asexual reproduction.
Right. My dad said that if a starfish loses one of its rays, it'll grow a new one, and the one that broke off will grow 4 more.
That's right. Long ago, some fishermen had a problem with starfish getting caught in their net, so they tried to get rid of them by chopping them into pieces. But they were actually only adding to the problem because each new piece grew new limbs and created more starfish.
It sounds like they could have used the scientific method and done more research before they tried to solve the problem. So what is sexual reproduction?
Well, it occurs when a sperm and egg cell combine to produce a new cell, which is called a zygote, which will then grow into an offspring. Now, the offspring produced will receive a combination of genetic material from both the male and female parents.
Is one type of reproduction better than the other?
No, it just depends on the animal. However, with sexual reproduction, meiosis helps to sort of shuffle the genetic material to the offspring to help ensure genetic diversity.
Why is that important?
Well, genetic diversity is critical for a species' survival because it increases the probability that only healthy, strong individuals will be produced. Additionally, genetic diversity also helps reduce the probability that a genetic defect will overcome a population.
So would it be important to have a large population of a species for better genetic shuffling?
Yes, with a large population, there's much more genetic diversity.
Are there any factors that keep animals from reproducing?
Sure there are. Geographic isolation, genetic defects, and a lack of food, water, and shelter.
So for reproduction, it's pretty important to make sure that an animal's basic needs are met.
Yes, it is. Without adequate amounts of food, water, and shelter, animals will actually stop reproducing so that they can better enable those that are living to survive.
I can't wait to send my report to the treehouse detectives.
Maybe you can email them after we clean the porcupine habitat.
Well, the zookeeper's job is never done.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives find any endangered animals in Jacob's backyard? Will Kaylee get her Girl Scout badge? What else should the detectives do to help Jacob get a certified habitat? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Zany Animal Antics.
Be sure to look for answers to the following questions. What is carrying capacity? Why is it important to randomly sample a population? What makes a good habitat? What does territorial mean? Thanks for helping me on my bat project, Dr. D. Helping an endangered species is one of the requirements for my wilderness badge.
No problem. A brothership project involves bats, because over 40% of bat species are endangered or threatened.
It's especially important because the eastern big-eared bat, which is native to southeastern Virginia, is endangered.
I read that as well.
Did you know that one bat can eat up to 3,000 insects in one night?
It also helps to disperse seeds and pollinate fruits.
So by providing the bats with shelter and a place to raise their young, the number of bats in the area should increase.
Will certainly help, but a lot of factors affect the growth of a population.
Isn't a population a group of the same species that's living in a particular area?
I see that you've been doing some research. Let's do an experiment with pennies that simulates population growth. If I throw down 8 pennies to represent 8 bats, how many will turn up heads?
On the average, 4 should turn up his heads.
That's right. Let's say the bat population as a whole averages 1 baby or pup per bat couple per year.
That means that with 4 bat couples or 8 bats, they would produce a total of 4 pups per year, which means after 1 year you would have 12 bats.
Excellent. We can then add 4 pennies and throw down a total of 12 to see how many bats we'll have in the next year. Let's try to experiment 5 times to see how many bats we'll have in 5 years. We're at 5 heads. Add 5 pennies a month.
45. The population increased rapidly.
I have 62. It's different because you don't always get the average when you throw down pennies.
Shouldn't we subtract a few pennies to represent the bats that died or left the area?
That's a good point. Under ideal conditions where bats only die of old age and no bats immigrate, the population will eventually reach what's called its biotic potential as it grows very rapidly.
I guess that means that the animals' needs are met and that they have a healthy habitat.
That's right. In the real world, the population will eventually reach an equilibrium situation where the number of births equal the number of deaths.
I guess that's because the population gets so big, there's just not enough food to feed everyone.
That's one factor, but there are a lot of other factors. A lot of animals in a small area is called a high density. High densities of prey attract more predators.
And I would think that diseases would spread more easily through high-density populations. Plus, I guess that animals just need a certain amount of space.
That's right. All of these factors affect the maximum number of a species that a given environment can support. That's called the carrying capacity.
I just hope we can help increase the bat population.
I hope so, too. So how can you tell if the population is shrinking or growing?
We would have to count them, but I would think it would be almost impossible to count all of the animals.
Yes, it would be difficult. In order to estimate the population of a species, scientists will capture some of them, mark them with a tag, and then release them. Sometime later, they will capture some more of the same species and see what fraction are tagged.
I bet there's some mathematical way to figure out the size of the total population.
There's some other techniques to measure populations. Right on the internet, the Carroll City Elementary School in Miami, Florida is investigating a random sampling technique.
Aren't they a NASA Explore School? To find out how you can get your school to become a NASA Explore School, visit the NASA Sci-Fi website.
Yes, and they're working with the Society of Women Engineers.
Here they are now.
Hi, I'm TaQuinn, and I'm from Miss Polanco's class.
And I'm Anita, and I'm in Miss Gann's class here at Carroll City Elementary School in Miami, Florida.
Hi, Dr. D told us about your investigation. Can you tell us about it?
Sure. With the help from my mentors in the Society of Women Engineers, we begin by looking at this critter page and trying to predict how many critters are on it.
It looks like it has a lot of critters.
Yes, it's a lot to count, so we brainstormed some ways to estimate the number.
We decided to use a random sampling technique.
Right, we used a sampling square and randomly dropped it on the page of critters.
Why did you drop it randomly?
Randomly dropping the square gives a better sample of the population. If you choose where to count the critters, you may pick areas with lots of them. Then your estimate will be too high.
Next, we outlined the square and then counted the number of critters in it.
What do you do if a square cuts a critter in half? How do you count it?
Good question. For our sample, we only used critters that were at least half in the square.
So how many samples did you take?
Remember, in a random sample, the more data you collect, the more accurate your estimate.
We dropped the square 4 more times.
Next, we found the average number of critters per square unit.
How did you find the total number of critters?
We counted the number of square units on the page, and there were 63. So we multiplied our average number by 63 and recorded it on our chart.
To give us an even more accurate estimate, we used each group's average and calculated the class average.
How do you know if your estimates are accurate? Don't you need to know the total number of critters on the page?
Yes, we each counted the critters and compared our answers. There were 393 critters on the page.
How did your estimates compare with the actual numbers?
Our group estimated 433, so we were off by 40.
However, when we compared the class estimate to the actual, it was 412, a lot closer.
That's why it's important to take lots of samples and gather plenty of data.
It is very difficult to count a large population of animals, but by sampling and finding an estimate, you can get pretty close to the number.
Next, we're going outside to do a sample of some real critters, like grasshoppers.
Sounds like fun. Maybe we should do that for Jacob's backyard. Be sure to post your results on the website so we can see what you found.
Will do, and let us know about the animal population in your preserve.
Goodbye from Carroll City Elementary School in Miami, Florida.
I'm not sure that Jacob will want to know the population of critters in his backyard.
Probably not, but at least you have an idea of how to find the size of a population.
I wonder how Jacob's doing. Maybe I should go see if he needs some help.
Well, this will take some time to dry.
friend Jacob? I wonder if he's working in his backyard. No, but Kaylee's report on populations was very helpful. She's almost done all of her work to earn her badge. All she needs is to find out about an endangered species in our state. I wonder if there's one in Jacob's backyard. I think everything in Jacob's backyard is endangered. I know, but if we could find a species that his backyard could support, maybe we could help Kaylee. That would be awesome. Let's go to the problem board. Good idea. So what do we know? We know that animals belong to the animal kingdom, and they're divided into two separate divisions. Right, vertebrates and invertebrates. We know that animals have basic needs, and that they will migrate to find new food sources. We also know that animals reproduce based on the amount of food available and the right conditions. That's why populations will vary so much. So what do we need to know? We need to know what makes a good habitat. We also need to learn more about how habitats can help endangered species. So where do we go? Mr. Mota mentioned that Dr. Brininger studies and protects the wildlife at NASA Kennedy. I'll see if he can help. Great. Since they're going to be creating a habitat that can support wildlife and possibly even an endangered species, we'll need to know what makes up a good one. Exactly. Here's Dr. Brininger now.
Hi, I read your email and I understand that Jacob wants to turn his backyard into a nature preserve.
Yes, but we need to learn more about habitats before he does. What exactly is a habitat?
It's an area with specific habitat features that allows a specific species to survive. For example, this area has lush trees and a sparse tree canopy and is called scrubby flatwoods.
So what makes a good habitat?
Lots of things. Habitat should provide enough food, shelter, and protection from predators. When all these things are present, animals can produce enough young for their population to survive.
Does a species ever produce too many young?
Yes, and that makes the habitat overcrowded. In fact, some animals will leave and find less crowded areas, while others will stay but will produce fewer young.
So the size and health of a habitat can determine the population of a species?
Exactly. Each individual or family of animals needs enough habitat to survive. Depending on the amount of food, water, and shelter in the habitat, only a certain number of individuals can be supported. If the habitat cannot provide for a large enough population, the species faces extinction.
What do you mean?
In a species, there are years when there are more deaths than births. There are also times when the habitat is disrupted by disease, fire, and storms.
But won't they just reproduce once the habitat is restored?
If the disruption causes the population to decrease, then the probability that enough individuals will survive to reproduce is less likely.
How much habitat does each species need?
That varies among species. Florida scrub jays need about 25 acres, and they're very territorial.
What is territorial?
Territorial means that they claim a specific area their own. If other scrub jays try to live in their area, they will defend it.
I never thought of birds defending their home.
Scrub jays live within the same territory with their mate for life. Their young also often stay with them for many years.
So how are habitats destroyed or disrupted?
Fires and storms regularly can change habitat but seldom destroy them. Humans, however, regularly destroy habitats to build houses and grow food. They also disrupt natural processes such as wildfires.
Why is fire so important?
Fires keep the shrubs low and add nutrients back into the soil.
How do you help NASA protect the environment?
I use field studies, remote sensing, and computer models to study animal populations and their habitat. I then advise NASA on how to take care of the environment.
NASA sure is concerned about the environment.
That's right, and we want to make sure that endangered animals such as scrub jays are around for a long time.
Thanks, Mr. Brininger. This has been helpful.
You're welcome, and good luck on your nature preserve.
Wow, I never realized how difficult it was to protect habitats and endangered species. That's why it's such a great idea to create a backyard habitat. Just think of what you can do to help animals. Do you really think we can actually help an endangered species? Well, we can try. In fact, now that we've done the research, we may be ready to start learning about protecting animals in the backyard habitat. Great, I hope we can help.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives find any endangered animals in Jacob's backyard? Will Kaylee get her Girl Scout badge? What else should the detectives do to help Jacob get a certified habitat? Find out in the exciting conclusion of The Case of the Zany Animal Antics.
Be sure to look for answers to the following questions. What criteria are used to classify an animal as endangered? What is exploitation? What are the 3 levels of endangerment? How many breeding pairs of bald eagles are currently in the U.S.?
That's awesome. I know. I never thought it could happen, but I may have actually discovered a species that we could help.
Are you sure it's an endangered species and that we can help?
I think it's endangered. I'm not sure exactly. Did you get any information from NASA about how to determine if a species is endangered?
No, but I did get a lead. Dr. Berninger works with lots of NASA researchers who work with endangered species. I'll try to contact him.
Good idea. You know, it's strange, but I never thought I could actually help out an animal, possibly even an endangered one, in my own backyard. It's kind of cool.
Yes, but you're getting ahead of yourself. First, we need some more answers. Here's Mr. Scheidt. He works with endangered species at NASA Kennedy. Hi, Mr. Scheidt.
Hello. I understand you want to learn about endangered animals.
Yes, but we're not even sure how we know a species is endangered.
The Endangered Species Act says that any species that is in danger of becoming extinct throughout all or a significant portion of its range can be classified as endangered.
What kind of things cause animals to become endangered?
Loss of habitat is one way.
We learned that an animal's habitat is very important to providing its basic needs.
That's right. If an animal's habitat is greatly altered, reduced, or destroyed, it can have a significant impact on the species.
We also learned that in addition to fire and storms, people have a big effect on an animal's habitat.
Yes, human impacts can have serious effects on habitat. For example, water and or air pollution can restrict plant growth or harm a habitat. Exploitation is another way it can endanger a species.
What do you mean by exploitation?
Exploitation is where a species population is reduced to a point that it cannot reproduce fast enough to sustain itself.
How are animals exploited?
Take the manatee, for example. In the 18th and 19th century, they were hunted extensively for their meat, fat, and tough hides, which greatly reduced their population. Currently, residential and commercial development along the coast has also degraded their habitat, thus decreasing their population.
Sort of like what happened to the buffalo in the plains. They were hunted until there were hardly any left. But I think they're making a comeback. Are there levels of endangerment?
Yes, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has 3 levels. Endangered is the most severe. Threatened is when a species is likely to become endangered within the foreseeable future throughout all or most of its range. And last are species of special concern.
What's that?
It's when a species may need a conservation action. This usually means periodic monitoring of the species population or its habitat.
Do most become threatened or endangered?
No, not always. Sometimes, if we become aware of the problem early enough, we can remedy it before the species gets to that point.
How many animals are on the endangered species list?
There are over 900 species of plants and animals on the list.
How many are there in NASA Kennedy?
Kennedy Space Center is actually home to 10 endangered species. Of course, these species aren't endangered due to the Space Center, but are actually protected by Kennedy Space Center since it is so large and covers so many different types of habitats. Did you know that only 6% of the Space Center is used for space launch operations?
And the rest is Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge.
That's right. We not only have programs to protect these species, but we also conduct research to aid in their recovery.
Do you ever have to rescue animals?
Yes. Sometimes when we encounter an injured or distressed animal, we do our best to stabilize the animal until a rescue team arrives.
Who helps you rescue the animals?
We work closely with state and federal agencies, along with private organizations such as SeaWorld. You may want to go to SeaWorld and talk to Dr. Beth Chittick, a veterinarian that works with the SeaWorld Rescue Program.
Thanks, Mr. Scheidt. This has been fascinating information.
You're welcome.
SeaWorld Rescue Program. Sounds awesome.
Yes, it does. And it sounds like it's right up RJ's alley, since he's still down in Florida.
You send him an email while I go check on our endangered species.
I hope you know what you're doing, Jacob.
Remember, this is me we're talking about?
I'm here in Florida with Dr. Beth Chittick, a veterinarian who works at SeaWorld. She has a real inside scoop on why SeaWorld rescues and rehabilitates animals.
SeaWorld is committed to wildlife conservation. Our rescue programs allow us to help animals and also learn more about them at the same time.
What kind of animals do you rescue?
The four main animal groups we rescue are sea turtles, aquatic birds, manatees, and dolphins.
What about an animal injured by natural causes?
We rescue those animals that are sick or injured or who need medical attention in order to survive, regardless of the cause. For example, sometimes manatees become cold stressed in the winter, which is natural, but we would still attempt to rescue them, especially since they are endangered.
So if a manatee or dolphin is sick enough to be rescued, what do you do?
We mobilize our crew and equipment and head to the site where the animal is located. We approach it slowly and encircle it with a net. We then pull that net into the boat and transport the animal to our rescue vehicle.
Do you treat an animal right away, or do you wait until you get back to SeaWorld?
If the injury is minor, the animal can be treated and released. If the animal is more seriously sick or injured, it receives a full exam during transport, and if any initial treatment is needed, we give it right away.
What happens to the animal once it arrives here?
We're a lot like a hospital. Once an animal arrives, we do tests such as take blood samples and x-rays to help us determine what's wrong with the animal. Once we know what the problem is, then we can devise a plan to treat it.
So when the animal gets well, it gets to go home?
Yes. Once it is rehabilitated and ready for release, SeaWorld works with the appropriate government agency to determine when and where to release the animal, usually as close as possible to where we rescued it.
What about the animals that can't be rehabilitated?
It is our goal to release all rescued animals if possible. However, if an animal's injuries keep them from being able to survive on their own in the wild, we would either keep them here or find them another home.
I know you can't save every manatee that's sick or injured, but you do save a lot of them, right?
Yes, we have rescued 324 manatees and released 121 back into the wild.
Mr. Scheid at NASA Kennedy says that sometimes NASA works with SeaWorld to rescue animals. Do you work with any other organizations?
Yes, and you should meet Miss Jenny Bush. She is president of our SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund and can answer that question for you. I think she's working with one of the eagles today in the park.
Hi, Miss Bush.
Hi, RJ. This is Maddie. She's from the Audubon Bird of Prey Center. She fell out of her tree when she was 5 weeks old.
Is she okay now?
Maddie is okay now, but after 8 months of rehabilitation, she was deemed non-releasable, so she trains here at SeaWorld to become an animal ambassador.
Aren't bald eagles endangered?
Bald eagles are a great success story. Just 50 years ago, they were very endangered, but now through conservation efforts and awareness, there are over 7,000 pairs, and they're protected.
Wow, that's a lot of eagle families.
It's a great story to tell, and we hope in the future that we can help many more animals just like the bald eagle.
How will you do that?
Through the efforts of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund.
What exactly is the Conservation Fund?
Well, the fund is a nonprofit organization that helps to grant monies to other organizations like World Wildlife Fund, National Wildlife Federation, to go towards projects like conservation education, habitat protection, species research, both marine and terrestrial, and rescue and rehabilitation.
What kind of research do you do?
Well, the SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund grants monies to many different projects in the field, from protecting black rhinos in Africa to protecting coral reefs in South America. Our 5 zoological parks participate in research as well, from creating a better flotation device for ill manatees to also learning how killer whales communicate.
I learned a thing or two about taking care of animals this week at Adventure Camp.
Well, I imagine it hasn't been as easy as you thought it would be.
That's for sure. It's definitely a career I'm interested in learning more about.
Yes, working with animals is very rewarding. You should try the Marine Mammal Keeper experience here at SeaWorld.
That's great. Sure sounds like you're committed to helping the animals and the environment.
Yes, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have been environmental stewards for over 40 years.
Thanks, Ms. Bush. This has been great.
You're welcome, RJ. Enjoy the rest of your time at camp.
Thank
you. Bianca, did you get RJ's report?
Yes, it has all kinds of information on how injured and endangered animals are taken care of. He's getting really good work done.
Yes, it is all coming together.
What's coming together?
Well, you know how Catherine wanted to protect animals.
Yes.
And Kaylee needed to protect an endangered species to get a wildlife badge. And it was your idea to turn my backyard into a habitat.
Thank you. Yes?
Well, it all just might work. I've got to go to my house and get Tony and Catherine, and then we're going to Mr. Cutchin's to meet Kaylee.
Who is Mr. Cutchin?
He has an official backyard habitat. Dr. D is going to meet us there to give us an idea of what goes into an actual habitat.
That's great, but how does all that relate to endangered species?
Kaylee built a bat house for eastern big-eared bats, but she has no place to put it. Well, they are endangered, and it turns out my backyard is in their range.
Jacob, that's great. You've helped Catherine and Kaylee.
Yes, but I have one obstacle left. Can you check my email?
Are you expecting official notification for your yard?
Sort of.
All you have is a letter from your mom.
What's it say?
One word. Okay.
Yes! I've got to go.
I'll never understand him.
Wow, Mr. Cutchin has a great backyard habitat. Look, he even has a cool plaque indicating he's certified by the National Wildlife Federation.
You have to provide food, water, shelter, and a place for animals to raise their young if you want to be certified.
That makes sense. That's the list of animals' basic needs.
The habitat also has to be managed to conserve soil and water. We have a lot of work to do to get your backyard up to this level, but it'll be worth it.
Did you get your wildlife badge?
Well, I've done all my research, and I finished my bat house, but I haven't found a suitable habitat for it.
Is that your bat house over there?
Yeah, I brought it today so you could see it.
Cool. But it's hard to believe bats could fit in there.
Actually, that can hold up to 50 bats.
Hi, guys. Where are Tony and Catherine? Aren't they supposed to meet us here?
They're in my house, working on an observation area and fee structure for our habitat.
Catherine should keep them under control.
I'm sure she will. Okay, you learned a lot about vertebrates and invertebrates. Look around and tell me which animals you think this backyard habitat will support.
That's easy. We know there are 5 types of vertebrates, and I bet we can find one of each in this backyard.
Right. I bet there are lots of birds. Mr. Cutchin told us these flowers attract hummingbirds.
And that bird feeder and bird bath should help attract migrating birds.
And those nesting boxes provide a place to raise young birds.
That looks like a squirrel house. And these logs and bushes would provide good shelter for rabbits. Those are both mammals.
Frogs and amphibians. I'm sure we'll find them here.
And don't forget reptiles. We might see a snake, lizard, or turtle.
There aren't any fish, but that might happen in a later addition to the habitat.
Don't forget the invertebrates. I'm sure the Annelida phylum will help the garden.
Oh, you mean earthworms.
And I know we'll see lots of insects, which are arthropoda, like beetles, ladybugs, flies, and mosquitoes.
You've learned your lessons well. So why are backyard habitats so important?
Loss of habitat is the #1 threat to wildlife.
And increasing the habitat increases the populations of animals. You know, the carrying capacity will go up.
And they are beautiful. I mean, they are great for thoughtful reflection.
Creating backyard habitats helps restore the balance of nature.
As you can see here, you don't need a big space to make a difference.
This is an excellent example of a habitat, but it does seem to be missing something.
Like what?
I don't see any special accommodations for an endangered species.
Well, neither does our habitat.
That, young Kaylee, is where you are wrong. In fact, you are the exact reason why my backyard habitat is going to be a success.
What are you talking about?
I had a serious discussion with my mom, and after a little extra yard work, I was able to convince her to let me put your bat house in my backyard.
Do you have bats in your backyard?
Not yet, but research indicates that over 50% of all bat houses are occupied, and I'm feeling lucky. I also spoke with your scout leader. Let me be the first to congratulate you on earning your wildlife badge.
What do you mean?
Well, I knew you had built the bat house, but you hadn't found a good place to put it yet. It turns out that my house is in the area where eastern big-eared bats live. So by placing your bat house there, you are providing top-notch accommodations for an endangered species.
Jacob, you're the best.
Yes, like I've always said, underneath this harsh exterior lies a peaceful, nature-loving.
Good work, kids. I look forward to seeing your habitat.
There's only one small problem.
What is it?
How can we help?
Well, I'm actually terrified of bats. Or maybe I can move into the treehouse permanently.
Jacob, I don't think the treehouse is ready to support your species long term. Pinocchio, and you're watching Channel 35, Your City, Your Channel.
At the Newport Beach Central Library. I'm so glad you can all join us today because we're going to have some stories and some songs about ducks. And who likes ducks? Me. Aren't ducks fun? My babies duck. They do? And ducks are so great because every time you hear a duck, they go moo. No. No, they don't? Oh, that's right. They go woof. Woof! No, quack, quack, quack! Quack? Are you sure? Is that right, Mr. Duck? It is! You guys are so right! He says... Very good! So, I think... Before we get started, though, we should all sing a song, okay? How about if we sing The More We Get Together? You guys ready? You know that song, remember it? The more we get together, the more we get together, the happier we'll be. 'Cause your friends are my friends and my friends are your friends. The more we get together, the happier we'll be. Good job! I knew you guys would like that song. You did a really good job on that. Okay, I think that we should just go ahead and get started. And our first story about ducks is called Cold Little Duck, Duck, Duck. I have ducks. You have ducks? Wow. Have you seen ducks at the park before? I have a dog. Has anybody ever fed the ducks? What do the ducks like to eat? I fed them I eat really good crackers. Crackers? What about breadcrumbs? They like breadcrumbs too, huh? Okay, here we go. One miserable and frozen spring. Ooh, it's cold, cold, cold. A cold little duck flew in. And what does the duck say? Quack, quack, quack. Her pond was stiff and white. Creak, creak, creak. And her feet froze to the ice. Stuck, stuck, stuck. Oh, what's she gonna do? You're way too early, duck. Go back, back, back. You're beginning to shiver, duck. Ooh, ooh. She tucked her head into her feathers to think of spring and warmer weather. We like warm weather too, don't we? Of bubbly streams and glassy puddles, of wiggly worms and shiny beetles. Of crocuses and apple buds and blades of grass and squishy mud. Her thoughts of spring filled the sky. Can you see all her thoughts of spring up here in the sky? Until a V of ducks flew by. Phew, phew, phew. How does a duck fly? Do you guys know how a duck flies? That looks good, huh? They spread their wings out and they fly, fly, fly. No, you did. That way? They saw that spring was in the air and quickly spreading everywhere. The ducks flew down, they dipped and splashed. Come join us, duck, it's melting fast. The cold little duck began to slide across the disappearing ice. She wiggled her tail and waggled her wings. The warm little duck dove into spring. Quack, quack, quack. And that's the end of cold little duck, duck, duck. She's not cold anymore, is she? It's all nice and warm now. Okay, how about if we all stand up for a moment? Let's all stand up. Let's stand up. Let's wiggle our fingers. Can you wiggle your fingers? Let's see all those fingers there. Okay, can you wiggle your ears? Can anybody wiggle your ears on your own? I can't do that. Can you wiggle your nose? Wiggle your nose. Okay, let's wiggle our arms and our bodies and wiggle our legs and get all those wiggles out. And all the wiggles are out of me. Now sit back down, sit back down. And I'm just as quiet as I can be. Hey, that was really good. Okay, I think we should read another book now. And our next book is called Webster J. Duck. Have you guys read this book before? No. No? Oh, well, it's a good little book for you. What a little surprise we have. I think that you're going to like this one. Can you guys all look really close? Do you guys see an egg? Yeah. Do you see that egg? Yeah. See it right there? You don't see the egg? I see the egg. Me too. Now you see it? You see the egg? Okay. I do. Well, guess what? There was once a duck egg hidden away in the reeds by the bank of the lake. In the duck egg was Webster J. Duck, all folded up so he'd fit in the egg. Can you believe there's a little duck in that egg? Yeah. Webster stirred in the egg. He tapped the eggshell with his beak. And crack! The shell broke. Out of the egg came wee Webster J. Duck. Can you guys see Webster J. Duck? What color is he? Yellow. There he is. Webster J. Duck stood on the bits of shell he had broken. Where is my mother? Webster thought. I must have a mother, because all baby ducks do. Well, now, where do you think his mother is? You think she's in the water? Webster went. Okay, can you guys all help me? Ready? Quack, 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 quack. Calling his mother. But his mother didn't come. So Webster J. Duck set off to find her. Do you still think she's in the water? No. I wonder where his mommy is. Oh, look. Webster met a duck with a waggly tail down by the side of the lake. Quack, quack, asked Webster J. Duck. Bow, wow, answered the duck with the waggly tail. Is that right? Could that be his mother? Do you think that looks like his mother? No, it's a dog. You're not my mother, Webster thought. My mother would go quack, quack, like me. Next, Webster met a big woolly duck. Quack, quack, asked Webster J. Duck. Bah, bah, replied the big woolly duck. Is that a big woolly duck? No, sheep. It's a sheep. You're not my mother, Webster thought. My mother would go quack, quack, just like me. Oh, here we go. Then Webster met a bigger big duck with big ears and an udder. Quack, quack, asked Webster J. Duck. Moo, moo, went the bigger big duck. Is that his mother? No. A cow? You're not my mother, Webster thought. My mother would go quack, quack, just like me. Very good. Webster J. Duck sat down and cried. Oh, by the edge of the lake, his little duck feathers were shiny with tiny duck tears. Quack, 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 sobbed Webster. How come Webster's sad? He's looking for his mommy, that's right. Bow wow! Barked the duck with the waggly tail. Bob! Bob! Bobbed the big woolly duck. Moo! 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 Mooed the bigger big duck. They were trying to help by calling his mother. But the bow-wows and the bows and the moos scared Webster J. Duck. He hid his little duck head under his wings, and he quivered, and he shivered, and he shook, and he went quack, quack, all alone. And then someone answered, quack, quack, just like Webster's quack, but quite a bit louder. Well, now, who do you think this could be? Do you think so? Quack, 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 quack! Mother Duck came through the reeds. There she is. Did you guys know she was going to come showing up soon? Yeah. And Webster swam off with his mother. That was a good story, don't you think? Yeah. And there's his mom. That's right. And that's the end. Well, because Webster's a little duck, and so he's yellow, and he just might get to be white when he gets bigger too. Or maybe his mommy's just white. What do you think? No ideas? Okay, I think that we should all stand up and sing a song, because we like to sing songs, right? Yeah. So let's all stand up. Let's stretch up real high. Can you guys stretch really, really high towards the sky? Really, really high. Oh, that's really good. Now, can you slowly, slowly bend down and touch your toes? Let's see if you can do it. Oh, that was very good. Okay, now, how about if we sing a song about Old MacDonald? And what did Old MacDonald have? A farm. Very good. You guys ready? Yeah. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on his farm he had a horse, E-I-E-I-O. With a neigh-neigh here and a neigh-neigh there, here a neigh, there a neigh, everywhere a neigh-neigh. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on his farm he had a cow, E-I-E-I-O. With a moo here and a moo there, here a moo, there a moo, everywhere a moo. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. must like that song, don't you? It's a good one, isn't it? All those animals on the farm. Well, I think we should go ahead and read our next story. And our next story is called Daisy and the Egg. Oh, we've got another egg again. Well, that's a pretty big egg. You guys can see that one, huh? You're right, I did. This is a very good story. I really like this one. Okay, so everybody sitting down, ready to go?
One of my dolls.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Is everybody listening? Show me you're listening. Go like this. Are you listening? Okay, here we go. How many eggs now? Asked Daisy. 4. Aunt Buttercup said proudly. My 3 and Mama's green one. Your aunt's sitting on an egg for me, explained Mama Duck. Can I sit on one too? Asked Daisy excitedly. It wasn't easy. Is she having trouble sitting on that egg? She is, huh? Think 'cause she's pretty little too? Every day, Mama Duck sent Daisy over with food for Aunt Buttercup. Daisy listened as the chicks tapped softly inside their shells. Tap, 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 tap.
They're not chicks, they're dogs.
You'll have a brother or sister soon, said Aunt Buttercup. Daisy was so excited. When Daisy and Mama Duck went to visit Aunt Buttercup the next day, she was flapping her wings. They're hatching! They're hatching! She called. Oh, isn't this exciting? One of Aunt Buttercup's ducklings had cracked its shell. Daisy watched her first cousin struggle out. Yuck! He's all wet, said Daisy. Shh, scolded Mama Duck. Then Aunt Buttercup's other 2 ducklings hatched. While Mama Duck and Aunt Buttercup talked about names, Daisy waited for Mama's egg. She thought she heard something, but nothing happened. They all listened, but still there was no sound from the egg. That night, Mama Duck sat on her egg, but the next day, it still didn't hatch. Some eggs just don't hatch, said Mama Duck. Come and play with your cousins, Daisy. But Daisy wanted to stay with Mama's egg. Daisy made a hole in the feathers, rolled the egg in, and sat on top. Come along, Daisy, called Mama Duck, but Daisy wouldn't move. It was getting dark, and Daisy was cold and tired. Mama Duck came back. We'll sit together until morning, she said kindly. Yes, said Daisy. Pip, pip, pip. Daisy woke up. It was the egg. Her new brother struggled out of his shell and said, "Pip, pip, quack," said Daisy. "Pip," he said again. "Pip," said Daisy. "Hello, Pip," said Mama Duck. Yay, Pip's here. And together they watched the sunrise on little Pip's hatching day. Isn't he cute? Oh, they went off to play. So now it's just Daisy and Pip and Mama. Okay, that's the end of Daisy and the egg. But I think while we're all sitting here so nicely, we're going to go ahead and do our last book today. And on our last book, I'm going to ask you guys to help me with the story. Okay? So what we're going to do is, when I point at you guys are going to say, quack. Let's practice. Can you guys do that? Ready? Okay. Now remember, if I go like this, what do you guys do? Quack. A nice loud quack. Okay? Alright, this story is called Quacky Duck. So get ready. Now remember, you gotta wait for your turn to say quack. Okay? Here we go. Once upon a pond, there lived a duck who was very fond of quacking. Quack. Good job. Okay. She quacked at the tractor. She quacked at the cat. She quacked at the farmer's funny old hat. Good job. Okay, now remember, do a nice loud quack, just like a duck. She quacked at the heron. Quack. Very good. She quacked at the fly. She quacked at the drake who went waddling by. Good job. Okay. She quacked at the clouds. She quacked at the sun. She quacked at everything and everyone. Quack just like a duck. Quack, quack. For when she quacked, she was happy. And when she was happy, she quacked. Hold on now. Quiet, please, begged Dragonfly. Quack, said Duck. Quack, quack. Dragonfly darted off over the pond. Country, please have a little peace, complained Frog. Quack, said Duck. Quack, quack, quack. Frog flopped into the pond. Just a day of silence, pleaded very old Goldfish. Quack, said Duck. Quack, 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 quack. Very old Goldfish dived down to the depths of the pond. Duck didn't stop quacking until it was night. Then she went paddling off into the cattails. The next morning on the pond, something was different. The flies buzzed, the reeds whispered, but there was no quacking. Duck had disappeared. Ah, that's better, said very old Goldfish. What lovely silence, said Dragonfly. Peace at last, said Frog. For 4 whole weeks, Duck was nowhere to be seen. It's awfully quiet without her, said Dragonfly. It's not the same, said very old Goldfish. A little too peaceful, said Frog. Then, one lazy, hazy afternoon, when very old Goldfish was sunning himself in the shallows, and Frog was snoozing on a log, and Dragonfly was zipping among the shadows, there was a rustling in the cattails. Ooh, do you think it is? Do you think it's duck? Look! Quack! Cried Duck. 10 little ducklings hurried out. Cheep, 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 cheep. That's what they say. That's what the baby ducklings say. Aha, said the heron. She's back, said the cat. Well, said the farmer, just look at that. And everyone lived quackily ever after. No quackily. And that's the end of Quacky Duck. You guys did a good job on Quacky Duck. Okay, we have one last song to sing today, because I know you guys like to sing. And you guys are going to have to help me with our last song, because I'm just not that good at singing. So I need to hear you guys sing too. Now, do you guys know the little song about 5 little ducks that I once knew? Can you sit down, please? No. Thank you. You guys don't know that song? Does anybody know that song? Not me. Oh, good. Abby knows that song? Okay. Nico knows that song? All right. You guys ready to help me sing our last song for today? I don't know it. 5 little ducks that I once knew. Big ones, little ones, skinny ones too. But the one little duck with the feather on his back, all he could do was quack, quack, quack. Good job. You guys ready? Help me sing louder now so it sounds better. Okay, here we go. Down to the river they would go, waddling, waddling to and fro. But the one little duck with the feather on his back, all he could do was quack, quack, quack. Good job. Our last part. Here we go. Up from the river they would come with a ho, ho, ho and a hum, hum, hum. But the one little duck with the feather on his back, all he could do was quack, quack, quack. Good job. You guys did a good job on that song. Okay, everybody, that was really good. Okay, well, I'm so glad you guys came to story time today. It was a lot of fun talking about ducks, wasn't it? Yes, you guys like ducks, right? And when you go home now, you're going to tell everybody that the duck says, meow, quack, quack. That's right. I'm just seeing if you're paying attention. You guys should know that because we just said quack how many times? All right, well, now we're going to have fun. And we're all going to color our duck. And there's feathers, so you can put the one little feather on the back. And the song is on here, so you guys can take the words home and sing the song. Okay? So everybody gets a little duck. Everybody gets crayons. And don't forget your feathers. Glue on his back.
Thanks, Kitty.
Don't mention it, Rex, and you're right. Playing with lint really is fun.
See, I told you. Old socks are great too.
So what do we have next here on the Home Shopping Pet Work, Rex?
I'm glad you asked, Kitty. Gather your humans around the TV, everyone, because up next is our favorite human, Andrew Tarr, with a special home shopping show designed especially for people whose homes we pets love best. And it's only here on the Home Shopping Pet Work.
Thanks, Rex. Thanks, Kitty. Hi, everybody. I'm Andrew Tarr, and this is the Home Shopping Pet Work, where LA's best pets shop for a home. Animals, like certain people, can be beautiful on the outside and the inside. Take a cat, please, or a dog. They both have tons of inner beauty. You can even hear it. It makes kind of a gurgly sound. And the outer beauty you can see for yourself. So let's head over to the East Valley Shelter, where Heidi Hubner, the director of volunteer programs for LA Animal Services, and animal care technician Martha Nunya are waiting to introduce us to some very lovable pets with so much inner and outer beauty, you'll know they must be from LA. Hi, Heidi. Hi, Martha. Hi, Andrew. Andrew? Do I look okay? Sure. Really?
Yeah, you look fine. Why?
Because, you know, we're going to go see the animals, so I want to make sure I look okay.
Andrew, they're animals. They don't care how you look. They'll be happy to see you no matter what.
See, I knew it. You think I look bad.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I think you look, you know.
Heidi, how's my hair?
Andrew, don't worry. Animals are really non-judgmental. If you just give them a little attention and love, they'll think you look great.
Really?
Yeah. And plus you look fine. Right, Martha?
Yeah. I think this is probably the best you've ever looked.
Okay, good. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure, because, you know, the animals always look so good.
Yeah, pets are really cute. But that's a nice shirt.
You know, you're right. That is a nice shirt.
Thanks, Heidi. Thanks, Martha. Well, what do you say we go pet some pets?
Let's go.
Heidi, if this was your cat and you saw her in a crowd of cats, I think you'd have no trouble figuring out which cat was yours. I've never seen markings like this on a cat before.
I know. She has the cutest markings on her face.
If you have black and white tiles on your kitchen, this cat would look excellent in the kitchen. So look, imagine the cat in the kitchen.
Okay.
Imagine with me, Heidi.
Okay.
Very, very good looking.
Yes.
Now imagine her in the bedroom. Nice.
Very nice.
Now imagine her on the couch. Oh, that looks good. I like the pattern. I like the fabric on the couch, too.
Yes.
That's a nice pattern. This looks like a cartoon cat. Remember Felix the cat?
I do remember Felix the cat.
This is Felix the cat's girlfriend. Felix the cat had a very good-looking girlfriend. I don't know if you ever saw her. She was never on the show.
Felicia?
Felicia the cat.
I've seen thousands of cats.
Yes.
This is probably one of the uniquest.
Like I said, I would have no trouble finding this cat in a lineup if she did something wrong. This cat has to keep her nose clean because if she were to get arrested, she would be too easy to pick out in a lineup. So she's a very law-abiding cat.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
And very relaxed and friendly.
See what happens when you obey the law?
Yeah.
Your life is so much more stress-free. You can relax. Believe it or not, she is not wearing any makeup. Cats, for some reason, they don't have to do that. They literally roll out of bed in the morning and look great. This is her natural look. Felix is a very lucky cat.
Yes,
she's a looker. Yeah.
This is a sweet dog. It looks like it may have been used as a bait dog. They use these dogs to train other dogs to fight.
By putting them in a ring with this dog.
Right.
I don't know what kind of person enjoys watching cruelty to animals. So this doggy here, who's very sweet, what's his name?
Sonny.
Sonny the pit bull was used as a bait dog, you
Right.
see.
He's not an aggressive dog.
Any kind of dog can be made aggressive if they're treated badly or they're made to fight, but as a dog, they're very sweet dogs.
Right.
So he's a lover, not a fighter.
That's right. Maybe we'll call him
Michael Jackson. Yeah. Are you Michael Jackson? He's a lover, not a fighter.
That's right.
Your Thriller album was fantastic. But
And he
you've got-
moonwalks too.
Does this dog moonwalk?
He does.
I would love to see this dog moonwalk. I can tell this dog isn't Michael Jackson because when he came out, he didn't tell me to beat it.
Instead, he came over and he wanted me to stay. Michael's a better singer. Your pitch isn't great. Can't really carry a tune. You're a little flat. But you're very sweet and you're a good dancer, but he needs a dog trainer and a vocal coach. Nadine is with the Best Friends Brigade. I see you have the shirt here. Tell me a little bit about what you do.
Well, I work with Best Friends Animal Society, and what I do is I organize volunteers to help groom the dogs, to get them adopted, because it is so important.
It's all about the look here in L.A.
Absolutely.
The dogs look better than I do.
Well, you know, we could fix you up a little bit.
Could you do that? We'll have to talk. Let me get your card. We're going to be doing an extreme makeover today on a couple of scrappy local pups. Is that right?
I am so excited.
What do you say we meet our first subject here?
That would be great. Come on over here, Andrew. Well, we've got two subjects.
Two subjects.
This is my wonderful volunteer. This is Robin.
Hi, Robin.
She's with the brigade. This is Sailor. What a sweet dog.
Now, Sailor is a little bit scrappy here. Has he been out on the high seas?
Yeah. Maybe so.
This is like one of those ropes that you find on a boat. So this is like a mooring rope right here that Sailor's got.
We're going to do a nice brushing, and then we'll get rid of these mats, and then he'll get a bath, and then he'll get dry.
Oh, he's going to be cleaner, too. I want to make sure that you all know that little smell that is going here, that's not me. I think that is Sailor, because it wasn't as bad over there. You're going to need somebody to remove some of this. There's a little bit of oil here on his ear, I noticed. Is that like sea foam, or what is that? Well, what do you say we go and denapify Sailor?
Come on, Sailor. Are you ready to meet our other two dirty canine clients now?
I would love to.
Okay. Hi
So
there.
You've got some clean people and some dirty dogs here.
Absolutely. We've got Riley, and
Riley.
we have Chris.
Hi, Chris. How are you? Good. How you doing? Now, I just started to pet this dog, and I noticed this one really has a lot of these mats. Tell me about these two dogs. Because they're both so kind of matted up, they both look pretty similar.
Yeah, they do.
They're not even the same breed, but I guess when they get this matted, they all just look like gray lumps of matted hair.
And I'm petting this dog, and I'm feeling some ticks. So this poor guy's got some ticks on him.
How does a dog get this matted like this?
From not being brushed.
Just from not being brushed?
Not being brushed, and then probably lying down, and, there's, whether they're lying in their feces or urine, and if their coat gets wet.
Really? I wish you had told me that before.
We check them over really thoroughly. We give them a thorough exam.
Look at this.
I think you found a friend.
I did find a friend. You're very you're going to be very cute. We have 3 dirty dogs here.
3 dirty dogs.
And they're all going to get an extreme makeover. The first step of the process, I guess, is this brushing that's happening. And the clipping. You just already, Nadine, clipped off this giant mat.
That could be a sideburn.
This could be, yeah. And you do the brushing first before anything else. Why?
Because when the hair gets wet, it shrinks, and then it causes the mats to become tighter.
These are some serious mats, and a brush is not going to run through this. I mean, you got to cut it off, right?
If you don't get rid of these mats, it starts tightening up, right?
Yeah.
And then as it gets closer to the skin, it starts pulling the skin. And I have seen where sores will open up, and flies can lay their eggs. And maggots. It's not a pretty sight.
Well, then these dogs are definitely lucky. And you're handing all of these mats to me here, Robin. These mats have gross stuff in them. Why are you giving them to me? So there's a multi-step process here. Let's go check in on the other 2 dogs and see how they're doing. Riley, this dog has not been brushed, and that's because she's too matted. Is that right?
Right. So we're just going to go ahead and just shave her completely down.
You're going straight to the clippers.
Straight to the clippers.
She's got a lot of oil in here. Rather than just throwing this stuff out, you might want to call OPEC. Let the clipping begin. Are you able to make like a sweater or a rug with this hair?
I would probably throw it out. It's pretty smelly.
It is smelly, but I was just thinking if you wash it, you could make floor mats for my car.
And we're doing a shave down. It's an opportunity for us to also see if there's other medical conditions with the dog. There could be a cyst at birth.
So you're not just cleaning her, you're checking her at the same time for little problems.
Look how good she's being. This is where we give the dogs their bath. And we've got Sailor in the tub here.
Sailor, you're supposed to like water. Your name's Sailor. This is where he gets wet, huh?
Yeah. But they'll start slow.
He's starting to like it. It actually feels good to be clean, doesn't it, pal? He's getting soapy. What kind of soap do you use?
There's dog soap. You don't want to use any other soap. So we're using right now a soap that's gentle and it's lavender and mint scent.
Can I try?
Absolutely.
Is there, I see you go back and forth?
Back and forth.
This is sort of like I'm enrolled in dog cosmetology school here. The brush that they have for cats as you bathe them, does it come with a full body armor? Well, cats usually do a better job of keeping themselves clean than dogs, but sometimes you'll get a homeless cat that is matted up and they come into the shelter and they call you in to do an extreme makeover on the cat. So he's getting rinsed off here.
Look how dirty the water is.
The dirt that's in this water used to be on Sailor. He smells a lot better.
That's right. You should smell like lavender and mint.
Lavender and mint I like better than the urine smell. But, you know, it's a matter of taste.
So now they're going to be taking him to our drying area, and they'll be drying him.
Well, it looks like our 3 models are off to an excellent start. Let's go meet some more home shopping pets, and we'll check back with our primping pups a little later. Hey, take it from me. Looking good is hard work. So, Martha, who do we have here?
We have Sheba. She's 2 years old. She is very sweet, as you can see. She's probably going to cuddle with you and hang out with you.
Yeah.
So
she's demonstrating right now her cuddling ability. She's sort of doing a little demo. Is this your puppy? You're cuter than your offspring if this is your puppy. She didn't get your looks. She's 2, so she's right now at the age where she's trying to figure out what she wants to do with her life.
Right.
Yeah. She's thinking, you know, I could go out and get a job, but they don't hire a lot of dogs in L.A. It's hard if you're a dog to get a good gig in this town.
They have no pockets.
Exactly.
For ID.
That's right. They say, well, you know, we've looked at your application. Can I see your ID? And they say, no pockets.
No pockets.
This is sort of her job interview. So go ahead, ask away. Ask her all the interview questions you can think of.
She's a good house dog. She eats all the food you give her.
What are your weaknesses? Oh, she doesn't have any.
I don't have any.
But see, you're supposed to make up a weakness at a job interview. They say, what are your weaknesses? And you're supposed to come up with something. She's a people person. She's a people dog.
Sheba, you're very cute.
Heidi, these are the smallest cats I've ever seen.
I would say they're maybe 3 to 4 weeks.
These are tiny little kittens.
These are part of our bottle baby foster program. They don't have a mother, and they need milk, and so we need to be the mother and dad to them to make sure that they're getting fed.
Tell me about the bottle baby program.
We get thousands of kittens, 1 day old, 2 hours old. So we are looking for volunteers to take care of them, to feed them just like what we're doing, to love them just like a newborn child until they're about 8 weeks old and then can be adopted out. We have trainings that are set up. We also have a support group of other volunteers and staff members that you can call if you have any questions.
What an interesting experience to help save a life like this. Because little kittens at this age, if they don't have someone doing this,
they won't make it.
That's so cute. His ears wiggle at exactly the same time that he drinks out of the bottle. Just like me. Me and this little kitten have a lot in common.
You have a lot in common with the animals, Andrew.
I do.
I've noticed that. You can start to feel their little tummies like, I feel this one getting full.
I do. This one's getting full, too. He's like, where did you get this stuff? It's awesome.
If anybody finds kittens, do not feed them milk. They really need a formula.
And eventually, these kittens will become, oh, yeah, he's done. He's like, I'm done. That's enough. Now I want to eat your shirt.
You guys are very cute.
And now let's check back in with the Best Friends Brigade and their 3 canine clients. We're almost done with the clipping here, and she's a brand new dog. I noticed you've got all this hair, just like at the floor of the salon when I get my hair done. And actually, look at all this hair down here. Wow! This used to be that dog. That is a huge amount of hair. So this guy's getting washed, and while you wash him, you see, so that's a tick.
This is a tick solution that I'm putting on the area.
And then you just reach in there with the tweezers.
Yes, but it's important. I'm getting right to where the head is, or the mouth is.
It looks like he's got a bunch of them there all in one spot.
Yes, I think he does.
So you're going to get all these ticks off of him.
Gross.
Yuck. Chris, do these ticks gross you out as much as they gross me out?
Yeah, they honestly do. This is probably the worst part of it for me.
Dogs get ticks and fleas, but the dogs here at the shelter have been treated for ticks and fleas before you take them home. What are you spraying on them here?
This is a leave-in conditioner, which is going to also act as a detangler. So we will give him a good brushing as part of the blow drying.
He uses a lot of product.
Yes.
Yes. Here at the Best Friends Brigade East Valley Shelter Dog Salon. That's a very long name for a salon. You might want to consider shortening it.
So now Robin is going to blow dry Sailor.
You're going to blow dry him.
You need to make sure that you're not too close to the fur.
Okay.
Because you can, it gets really hot.
And you have it on the low heat here.
Right. He's loving it.
He knows how awesome he looks now. Well, now we have 3 very good-looking dogs. And their personalities have come out. If you're a dog and you want to look good for a date coming up, you want to swing by the Best Friends Brigade East Valley Shelter Dog Salon to get that look that you're after. So if someone wanted to get more involved with Best Friends Brigade or learn more about you, where would they go to find that information out?
Come to network.bestfriends.org/BF Brigade_LA/news/.
So it's a long web address, but it's a good cause. Plus, by typing that long web address, you get your dog hair lathering fingers a good workout. They get warmed up.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Hopefully you can come back again, but I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of an extreme makeover on you. Are you ready for your extreme makeover?
This is Raquel, and she is super, super, super sweet.
Her fur is so soft, it's almost like she says, you know what, I guess I better cuddle with these people. I mean, when you have fur that soft, you want to use it.
She is a long hair, like a medium to long hair. You're going to need to brush her because otherwise she's going to get matted.
She's a long hair. Was she born in the 60s?
No.
She definitely sort of has that easygoing hippie vibe happening here, this long hair. This cat is all about peace and love.
Yes.
Because she's a long hair. And happiness, yeah. I wonder if she plays guitar.
She might.
The whole reason that cats don't play the guitar, they don't make the guitars small enough. If you made a guitar small enough, I think that Raquel would probably play it.
She's purring right now, too.
She's got sort of a backbeat going here. She does want to start a band.
Her and here was the other dog, the Michael Jackson dog.
Michael Jackson dog was
Sunny. We're going to start.
We got to hook Raquel and Sunny up because they could be one of those sort of folk duos.
Sunny and Cher.
Sunny and Cher. We need to. You can change a cat's name.
Yes, you can.
You could adopt them both and change Raquel's name to Cher, and then you could actually say, oh, me and Sunny and Cher are very tight. They, in fact, live in my home.
These are desert tortoises.
Desert tortoises?
I love them.
They're pretty gentle, I guess, huh?
These are pretty gentle, yeah. And you know, they'd be great for your garden because they'll actually eat the snails.
I'm going to pick them up and turn them around, and his skin is softer than you'd think. How often do you get tortoises here at the shelters?
We get them from time to time, and we also have a rescue organization that picks them up. They have to have permits through Fish and Game.
So you'll call Fish and Game, and you'll call your local LA Animal Services shelter to see if there's a desert tortoise around. Mm-hmm. They don't have any hair.
No.
No, because I had heard about, the tortoises and the hair. Something about them having hair. These ones don't have hair.
They just went to the barbers.
They're faster than I thought. They kind of book around here a little bit. Hey, tortoise. Do they have names?
Petunia and...
You're making that up. You're making up names.
Can you tell?
Yeah, Martha, you do not know these tortoises' names. All you have to do is ask. Excuse me, I wonder if you could train them to bring you a cold drink. Like if you have a cocktail party, you could put the drinks on the back of the tortoise, one of the many fine social uses for your family tortoise. You could even put hors d'oeuvres. You could put like pate. You could put hummus on this one and a little plate of peanut bread on the other one. See, to me, that would really make your party. The East Valley Shelter is located in North Hollywood. Go to LAAnimalservices.com to learn about this and all the other city shelters around Los Angeles. Now we're going to head over to the West Valley Shelter in Chatsworth.
Hey, Andrew, come on, let's go. The pets are waiting for us.
Are you sure I look okay?
This is King, Andrew. He is a black lab mix, and he's about 6 years old.
His name's King?
His name is King.
Is that short for something like barking?
No, just King.
Just King. Because he's not barking.
Exactly. He's a good boy.
He's the king. He has not left the building. He's still here.
But he wants to leave the building.
He wants to leave the building because he's waiting for you to come escort him out of the building.
He gets along with all dogs. He's a senior, and you know, those are my favorite, the seniors. You know, if you have other dogs at home and wanted to adopt him, he'd be great to fit right in.
If you have one dog at home, it's a really good idea to adopt another dog because they get lonely.
Dogs are pack animals, so they're used to being, you know, in their own group, and they can keep each other company. You can see the difference between an 8-month-old compared to this guy who's 6.
Yeah.
Not going to be chewing on things.
Right.
If he's not already housebroken, it's going to be very easy to house train. Pick the dog that's right for your lifestyle.
Yeah, if you're looking for a dog that doesn't require a whole lot of training, maybe a puppy isn't what you want. Maybe you want King here. Good boy.
This is Lulu.
Hi, Lulu.
You know what I like about her is her underbite. She's got a little bit of an underbite.
She does. It looks like a little pouty lip.
Yes.
Like, hello. Hello, my name is Lulu. A lot of the hottest models will go with the pouty lip. Looks kind of French. This is another French dog here.
Another French
dog. Hello. Oh, she turned when I said French. Do you speak French?
There you go.
When I spoke French, she looked at me.
She knows.
Maybe she speaks a little bit of French, this dog. Oui, oui, Lulu. Actually, I probably shouldn't say that because she's on your lap. Does she know, like, French commands? Like, God fetch.
French fries?
French fries. That's not really a command, though. You don't have to, like, command French fries. Like, all you have to do is put them there and I'll eat them. I've just met this dog, but I guarantee you she will eat French fries. And she's got a really nice, sweet disposition, too. She's just standing there, allowing the photographers to take their pictures. You know, that's...
She's posing.
Yeah, she's posing.
She's voguing.
The dog is voguing. That's really funny. She's sort of showing her profile now. She's like, look at, okay, thank you, and now next. A lot of you are probably looking at these pets and thinking, they're cute, they're adorable, they're a lot of fun. But what the bleep do we know about what it's really like to have a pet of our own? This is Elaine Hendricks from the movie What the Bleep Do We Know? So she's the perfect person to ask, and she does have pets of her own from a shelter. So what the bleep do you know about what it's like to have a pet?
Oh my gosh, a lot. A lot. They're just magical creatures.
You have more than one. You have how many pets?
I do. I have 2 dogs, 2 cats.
And this is the most recent addition to your family, and all of your pets were rescued, is that right?
Yes, all of my pets were rescued, and this is the newest guy who came from the North Central Shelter, and I took him home.
Now, do you have an inner connection with these creatures? Because a lot of the work that you've done as an actress has been projects that get into spiritual realms. I mean, What the Bleep Do We Know, Joan of Arcadia, and, you know, some of the other projects.
Yes, definitely. I believe ultimately that we're all one, we're all connected, including animals.
Now, you've been acting your whole life, you've had pets your whole life. Any connection, you think, between the two?
Boy, that's a good question.
I specialize in good questions. Let's explore it a little further.
Do you have a theory?
I'm going to delve in here a little bit into the depths.
Delve.
What was your first acting job?
On stage, I was Alice in Wonderland.
Did you have any pets at that time?
I did have a pet at that time.
See, I knew it. What kind of pet did you have?
I had a Cocker Spaniel that I named Lassie. So sweet.
Now, you're greatly outnumbered in your home, but you all seem to get along like one big happy family.
This is Kimbo. This is my newest guy.
You've got this official cat leash here.
A cat leash. He seems to be doing okay, and my other cat enjoys being outside on it.
Yeah. So it attaches around their shoulders here.
Because, you know, a cat, anything that they can get their head through, they can get the rest of their body through.
Is that true? If a cat can get their head through something, they can squeeze the rest of their body and get through it?
Yes.
Some cat facts I did not know. Elaine, you also are a singer.
I am.
Does music suit the savage beast?
It does. They endure my rehearsals and practices quite well.
Does acting suit the savage beast?
No. Whenever I'm rehearsing a scene, I have to explain that everything's okay.
So if your character is angry or upset, the dog feels that?
Yes, she does.
Animals seem to sense the emotion that you're feeling. There are things that we're better at than the animals. Dogs, cats, not great at math. But...
not that we know of, anyway.
No, I've tested them.
Okay.
And I've tested them all, and all animals are terrible at math. But in the field of tapping into our emotions, I think they're better than people are. There seems to be a high level of understanding between the two of you. Can we go meet some of your other co-stars in the Elaine Hendricks' home?
Let's go.
This is Rossmore.
This is Rossmore. That's T-Log. She's my original girl. And then this little guy hiding out right here is Goody Cornbread.
That's a Southern name. Now, you're a Southern girl. You're from Tennessee.
I'm originally from Tennessee.
Is that a very popular Southern name? I've been to the South.
Goody Cornbread?
Goody Cornbread. I haven't met very many people named Goody Cornbread, but it sounds like a Southern name. T-Lock was in 2 of your movies.
T-Lock's been in 2 of my movies. In Wish You Were Dead, she was Trailer Trash Dog. In Down the PCH, she was Crossing Sidewalk Dog.
So she really plays quite a range of characters. She can really play it all.
And Rossmore was on the bonus features of Coffee Date. These guys give me no trouble whatsoever.
Right. Now that's because they're not living. Is that why? These are stuffed animals.
I suppose.
Now what is this? What kind of animal is this? This is the Snuffleupagus from Sesame Street. I did not know he lived here. I love your work. So yes, you have a long history of being an animal lover. You do some charity work for animals as well, is that right?
Yeah, I work with an organization called Pets 90210, and we bring a lot of different rescue groups together, including some of the shelters, both city and county.
Thank you for introducing me to your gaggle of pets.
My pleasure.
Go see or rent Pass It On, Coffee Date, What the Bleep Do We Know, or any of the countless projects, movies and TV shows that Elaine Hendricks has been in. Go to ElaineHendricks.com.
And on there, I've got lots of other links to other animal organizations.
Thanks, Elaine.
My pleasure.
We're going to play a little game here. It's like a little quiz. I want to see if you can guess what kind of animal this is. Don't tell them what kind of pet she is.
Oh, man.
Yet. I'll tell you in a little while. First of all, what's her name?
Harriet?
Harriet.
Harriet?
Because she's a Harriet. Have you guessed yet? She is a dog. Nope, she's not a dog. I was tricking you. Nope, she's not a cat. That's right. She's a... Should we tell them?
Yeah, I think we should.
This is a guinea pig. Are they related to pigs, or they're a totally different animal?
It's a misnomer. There are different types of guinea pigs. I believe this is a Rosetta guinea pig.
She's got really long hair. Actually, you know what her hair is like? When people with curly hair get their hair straightened.
You wouldn't know anything about that.
I would, because my hair's curly. I had my hair straightened once, and it looked very much like the hair on this guinea pig. I never went back to have it done again. But it does look very cute on the guinea pig. And it has that same consistency. Very straight, kind of silky. It's silky, her hair.
It's a nice little pet for someone to have that maybe lives in an apartment, that can't have a dog. They could have maybe a small pet indoors.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So if you guessed horse, you are incorrect. This is a guinea pig. I love that shit. The hair is just all over the place.
And right on top, her little cowlick on top.
She's a little cowlick on top.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very cute.
Mm-hmm.
Heidi, we have 2 cats here now.
Yes, we do.
Twice as good as 1 cat, I think. That's always my motto.
Exactly.
Double the cats, double the fun.
We are family.
Oh, are they family?
They are.
I thought you were just singing I like that song. I thought you were just serenading me. But actually you were telling me about the cats.
This is the mommy, who's about 1.5 years old.
Yeah.
And this is her baby that's about 4 weeks old. And it'd be great if they went home together.
So you can adopt the whole family.
Exactly.
It'll be like the kitten family.
Exactly.
They're creepy and they're kooky, mysterious and spooky. Neat.
Yeah.
Sweet. Petite. When she goes to the teenage years, will she fight with her mother?
They'll wrestle a little bit, like you see mother tigers and lions with their cubs.
Yeah, it's like clean your room is a pigsty, and then they wrestle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is also a young mother, too. They're really not that far apart age-wise.
That's nice, so they'll enjoy the same movies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She's just a little bit nervous because that's her baby.
She wants to make sure, this guy that her daughter's hanging out with is okay, not bad news. I promise you, ma'am, I will take excellent care of your daughter. But it would be nice to adopt 2 cats.
I really also want to encourage people to adopt older cats. This is a kitten, and my gosh, it's so cute, but just like dogs, they're going to climb up your curtains, they're going to rip up the furniture, because they're babies.
Yeah.
You have to train them, you can train them.
When I was a baby, I completely destroyed the furniture in my house.
I believe it.
Yeah. It is nice, though, to get 2 cats.
2 is better than 1.
And these are 2 very cute cats.
Yes, they are.
If you're even considering adopting a pet, drop by your local LA Animal Services shelter for a visit. There's no pressure, and you just might find that beautiful someone to call your own. Thanks for watching, and until next time, I'm Andrew Tarr for the Home Shopping Pet Work asking, who's a good boy? Who's a good girl? You are!
And I'm in Little Tokyo, and you're watching Channel 35, Your City, Your Channel.
Hello, I'm Ellen Chang with your LA Update. Here's what's making news in the city on this Monday. LA Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa was at the Los Angeles Trade Technical College this morning to announce the launch of the Youth Summer Jobs Program for Los Angeles community colleges. The LA Scholars Program is a component of the well-established Hire LA's Youth Initiative and will provide opportunities for summer youth employment and job skills training while students continue their education. Through Hire LA's Youth Program, the city has helped place over 16,500 youth to work this summer and through fiscal year 2009-2010. Nearly a week after Michael Jackson's memorial service at Staples Center, LA City leaders are asking how nearly $50,000 were spent on meals to police officers and firefighters who were deployed for crowd control duties last Tuesday. The Los Angeles City Council's Public Safety Committee met this morning to hear a report from City Controller Wendy Gruhl and the Police, Fire, and Emergency Management Departments on the policy for providing meals to staff at taxpayer expense for emergency incidents and planned events. The LAPD says a city employee working at the LAPD was arrested for workers' compensation fraud. 51-year-old Principal Detention Officer Olga Zavala Edwards was arrested and booked last Thursday for workers' compensation and insurance fraud relating to charges of filing a false workers' compensation claim. The claim was submitted as an industrial injury, which she claimed was sustained on duty back in 2008. But as it turns out, authorities say she sustained the injury at her residence sometime prior to reporting to work.
I'm Anna Margos. 60 goats grazing on the hill. Sounds like an idyllic country setting, but we're smack in the middle of downtown LA. For the second year in a row, the goats are being hired as weed whackers to clear Angels Knoll, which sits on the corner of 4th and Hill Streets. The 2.5-acre site is owned by the Community Redevelopment Agency and will one day become a mixed-use office development. But for now, the goats are taking over, clearing the hill of weeds and brush. They're eco-friendly, and they do it at a fraction of the cost of traditional weed whackers.
A reminder from the LAPD Hollenbeck station that as of this past Saturday, the new Hollenbeck Area Community Police Station officially became operational at its new location. The address of the new facility is 2111 East 1st Street. The new phone number, also effective starting Saturday, is 323-342-4100. The Hollenbeck station's previous location at 1936 East 1st Street permanently closed also on Saturday. Councilmember Tom LaBonge joined park officials and leaders of the Koreatown community this afternoon for a groundbreaking ceremony for improvements to Chateau Park in Koreatown. The improvements include new universally accessible play equipment, security lighting in the children's play area, and new outdoor fitness equipment for adults. The project will take about 6 months and cost about $685,000 in Quimby funds. Quimby funds are contributed by condominium developers to the communities they are building in for the purpose of park improvements. The City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks will serve free lunches and snacks this summer to youth at 94 locations throughout the city. The program, which began late June and ends August 21st, is for children age 18 or younger. The program is funded by the United States Department of Agriculture through its Summer Food Service program. For more information, go to the Department of Rec and Parks website at www.laparks.org or just dial 311, the toll-free call to City Hall. LA City Councilman Richard Alarcon joined students from North Hollywood's Campbell Hall School Saturday to distribute athletic equipment to children affected by the Merrick and Sayre fires. The new and gently used sporting equipment were distributed to families at the Bowlers batting cages in Sylmar. 4 7th grade students from Campbell Hall created the Replace with Love athletic equipment drive and collected a total of 500 pieces of sporting equipment. And Echo Park saw a new tradition this weekend with the first ever Echo Park Community Festival, which began on Friday and ended Sunday. The dates were traditionally reserved for the Lotus Festival, which was on hiatus this year. The reasons cited for the hiatus were the declining economy and citywide budget cuts. The event, held by the Echo Park Chamber of Commerce and City of Los Angeles Department of Rec and Parks, still embraced all of the tenets of the Lotus Festival and featured a children's area, live entertainment, and international cuisine. For other news happening in our city, go to lacityview.org. And now you're up to date on what's going on in LA.
Well, it is an absolutely beautiful day. We're looking out at the mountains and at the desert and at the Colorado River. And I'm standing here with Chris Harris. And Chris, you are with what agency?
A small state agency, the Colorado River Board of California.
Okay, so you know what you're talking about when it comes to the Colorado River.
Sometimes.
All right. I hope you do today, because I want you to give us a little bit of Colorado River 101. Get us up to speed on some facts and figures about this big old and very important river.
Sure, Huel. Colorado River, from its headwaters down to the Gulf of California, is about 1,200 miles long.
So it's a long river.
It is one of the longer rivers in North America.
And it goes by and through and around how many different states?
7 states actually either contain the river or it borders up against.
And 7 states all want a piece of this river, don't they?
That's correct, as well as the Republic of Mexico.
Okay, and historically, this river has always been important to California and to the development of California.
That's right. Since the late 1870s, the Palo Verde Valley and the Imperial Valley have been extraordinarily dependent upon the river.
Well, this is one of the richest agricultural areas anywhere in the world because of the water from this river.
Between those two valleys, you have over 600,000 acres under agricultural production.
All right, now where are we standing right now? What part of California are we in?
You're in the very easternmost edge of Riverside County, about 25 miles south of Blythe, California, and you're right on the boundary separating the state of California from the state of Arizona, just to the south of us.
Wait a minute, are we in Arizona, or?
You're standing right on the boundary line, which is the middle of the river.
Right here, right here. So are we in, what are we in here?
This would be California. That side of the bridge, the river, would be in the state of Arizona.
Well, please, let's stand over here in California. Let's get on the California side over here and talk a little bit. You know why we're here? We're here to talk about this new plan that is being implemented dealing with the Colorado River called the 4-4 plan. I have absolutely no idea what that means, but it's important to all of us.
It really is. What the 4-4 plan does, it allows California to better and more efficiently manage its Colorado River water portfolio. And there are aggressive programs for water conservation, water management, reservoir storage guidelines, and the ability for the Bureau of Reclamation and the basin states to release water more efficiently and effectively, to get it down to the irrigation districts and to the cities that have such a tremendous reliance upon it.
Now, we've left the bridge for a moment and come down here for this vantage point because, Chris, you said a lot of people will recognize this bridge when they see it on television.
Certainly. In the weekends and during the summer months, the lower Colorado River is a prime recreational area. People come from the Phoenix metropolitan area, Las Vegas, as well as Southern California with their boats and their jet skis, their fishing gear. This is tremendously used by people.
Well, you're talking about Lake Mead, you're talking about Lake Havasu, and all of that craziness out on the water during the summer months.
Sure, and from Imperial Dam all the way up to Lake Mead, it's heavily used by recreational people.
And don't you think that's the way, honestly, most Californians, when we think of the Colorado River, we think of Lake Havasu?
Absolutely. All the
Laughlin and
you bet. July 4th weekends out on the boat.
Yeah.
You bet. It is. It's tremendous recreational asset for the state of California as well as for Arizona and Nevada.
Is this river up? Look at the amount of water flowing out here, and it's moving pretty fast.
That's a great observation, Huel. The river typically in the summer months is its stage, its elevation. It has a lot more volume in it because they release more water to generate electricity for air conditioning out here in the desert in Phoenix, Las Vegas, and even over into the Inland Empire. The hydroelectric power that's generated is of significant benefit to California particularly.
See, I don't think, boy, if we started listing all the ways that we are all connected with the river,
That's right,
we would be amazed, wouldn't we?
We really would. I mean, obviously, number one is the water itself. But number two is the hydropower, the electricity that's generated by all of the facilities down this river from Hoover Dam all the way down. And it's significant. It really is.
Here's the water from the Colorado River that's always been here, but we've got lots more people and more people coming every year. Everybody wants more and more of that water, and this 4-4 plan is a way of getting the most out of this water and being able to conserve it and use it better and more wisely and get more out of what we got because there are more people who want it.
Absolutely. The cities, for example, in Southern California are working very closely with the agricultural districts, the California agricultural districts, to conserve water, and then they can shift some of that water over to the municipal sector so that cities get more water. And
yeah,
have a
but
better
even
supply.
when we live in the cities, we have to conserve it more as well. The watchword is conservation and ingenuity and
efficiency, better management practices. The Metropolitan Water District has a very aggressive water conservation program in the entire LA Basin. Imperial Irrigation District and Palo Verde are all doing things that better manage this very, very critical resource.
That's what this adventure is all about. We're going to learn some of the aspects of this better management that's going on, and it's some very creative things going on. We're going to be spending the day in and around the Colorado River learning more about it and how its water is being used and what its future uses and policies will be. A very important part of the California water story. This river affects every single person in California. We're following the water, the Colorado River water, and here we are standing by this beautiful big field of
alfalfa.
Now, this is the traditional way we think of irrigation for our agricultural areas in California. This makes perfect sense to me. But you have brought us to this place, which I've never seen before down in this part of California, and am not sure I know why it's here.
Well, Huel, if you could have been here about 120 years ago, this would have been everywhere through all of these valleys along the lower Colorado River. These are native broadleaf cottonwoods and willows and some honey mesquites in here. This is the native riparian vegetation that was here before the valleys were developed for agriculture.
So when the valleys were developed, all of these huge, you wouldn't call them forests, what would you call them?
These were called gallery forests, big, huge, dense forests of cottonwoods and willows.
Located all up and down the Colorado River.
Absolutely. The valleys would have been thick with it.
Okay, it's not very thick with it these days.
No, it's not.
Except here, and what is this all about? Because this is part of this 4-4 plan, and I'm not sure how that fits in with water conservation and wise use.
That's a great question, Huel. What this really is, this is one of the demonstration projects to see if we can reestablish the native riparian vegetation. And we have to reestablish some of this vegetation as mitigation for a lot of these projects that are covered under the 4.4 plan.
What do you mean, mitigation?
There are impacts to endangered species along the lower Colorado River from taking Colorado River water and diverting it for agriculture or to the cities. That could affect insect species. So to offset those potential impacts, we are restoring and maintaining native habitats here for the species to occupy.
How did these trees get here? Look at all these trees. We are literally in the middle of a forest here.
Absolutely. These trees were all planted by the Bureau of Reclamation, and funding for this was provided by some of the water agencies that are involved in the 4-4 plan, as well as from Arizona and Nevada.
Local water agencies.
That's correct.
Did you say you planted a lot of these trees?
I did. About 6 years ago, I came out and helped the Bureau of Reclamation over several days plant some of these trees.
And what are we looking at? This looks like mesquite off in the distance.
It is. The darker green, just past the cottonwoods here in the foreground, those are mesquites, and they provide great habitat for quail and a lot of birds. The cottonwood willow is incredibly important for the southwestern willow flycatcher.
That's what this is.
That's right. This is a young cottonwood tree here.
Look at these. How long have these been here?
These have only been here 5 or 6 years now, and look at them. They're 40 and 50 feet tall. They're really beautiful. It's dense habitat. It's got good ground cover.
Wow.
It provides really good cover for bird species, mammals, and so forth.
So what you're doing is you're actually restoring this area up and down the Colorado River to the way it used to be.
We're going to restore a small portion of it. Unfortunately, we can't do the whole thing, but through the California water agencies and our partners in Arizona and Nevada, we're going to restore over 8,100 acres of this type of habitat along the lower Colorado River between Lake Mead and the Mexican boundary.
And what's interesting about this place is its juxtaposition to the fields and the irrigation ditches, and then right next to it you have the historical look that used to be up and down the river.
Absolutely, as well as juxtaposed with the desert.
Yeah.
And what you have to think of the lower Colorado River is it's a thin green line that provides water as well as habitat and cover, not only to the humans who use it and are so dependent upon it, but the species who are so dependent upon it. If it weren't for this river, this would be a very, very harsh environment for everything.
And because of these restored forests, it's become hospitable once again to the species who have lived here for hundreds, for thousands of years.
That's right. And in fact, tomorrow the Bureau of Reclamation is bringing a survey crew in to set up mist nets to sample the small neotropical migratory birds that are moving through the valley right now. They capture the birds, put a band on them, take some feathers for DNA analysis, and that helps them establish statistics on how the birds are using the habitat and if we're doing the right thing. And if we're not, we'll change. We'll try something else.
Well, just from the top of my head right here and walking down here into this place and listening to the birds and looking around me at the trees, I would say that you are definitely doing the right thing. And look at this. What a wonderful place to start in this wonderful forest. Let's just stand here for a minute and listen to the happy birds who are back home here on the Colorado River. When you follow the water from the Colorado River, you never know where it's going to take you. Wayne, this is one of the most surreal places and situations I think I've ever been in my life. Tell everybody where we are right now and what we're looking at right over here.
We're standing on the left bank of the Coachella Canal. The Coachella Canal is a branch off of the All-American Canal, which comes off the Colorado River.
And this is the water that goes through Imperial County and Riverside County and all these counties that are so rich agriculturally. This is the Colorado River water that irrigates all these huge, wonderful farms down here, right?
Right, and the Coachella Canal is 121 miles long. The most part of it is just a transfer canal that takes water into the valley, and so it's a lifeblood of the Coachella Valley. It delivers 330,000 acre feet to the Coachella Valley.
That's a lot of water.
A lot of water.
And when you look down here at this canal, you can see that it's earth, that it's got an earthen bottom to it. This whole canal is just cut right out of the earth. There's no lining, there's no nothing to it there.
The first 86 miles of the canal were not lined originally when the Bureau built it in the 40s. And then in 1980, they lined the first 49 miles. We're lining the last 36 miles of the center section.
Lining the canal, because look over here. Now you'll find out what all this noise is coming from. Look over here. This is the most amazing thing I have ever seen in my life. Because one of the ways to conserve water is you are building a whole new canal, and you're lining this new canal with concrete.
Yes, that was the alternative that we decided to use to line the canal, and it will conserve roughly 32,000 acre feet.
Now explain to everybody what an acre foot of water is.
An acre foot is 43,000 square feet, 43,560 square feet, 1 foot deep.
Okay, so an acre foot of water, it means a foot of water that can be spread out over an acre.
1 acre.
And that's enough for one family for a whole year.
Approximately, yes.
So you're talking about just by lining this canal with concrete, building this new canal, you're going to save 32,000 families a year's worth of water just because it won't be soaking into the ground.
That's correct.
It'll be lined with concrete.
That's right, yes.
Now, was this part of this new plan of conserving and using water more wisely from the Colorado River?
Yes, it is. It's part of the 4.4 plan, the quantification settlement agreement, to take away surplus water, quit using surplus water off the Colorado River to get California off of that surplus water.
Wow, here's the guy right over here. Introduce yourself to everybody.
Ken Gilmore.
And Ken, you invented this machine.
Well, not quite invented, but I've certainly worked on them a lot and modified them over and over and over the last 30 years. So.
What are we looking at here? This is an amazing operation here. This is amazing. This is the machine that's kind of smoothing it out. And then the guys over here, as this machine moves, they
do the final touches, satisfy the inspection, and be sure we got a good seal around all our joints.
You're putting in a lot of concrete.
Well, we put down about 250 yards an hour, which is equivalent to about 25 mixer loads an hour.
25 mixer load trucks worth of concrete an hour.
Per hour, yeah. We do it for 10 hours a day, so that's how we get down the ditch.
So this is what we've got here. You're literally scooping out a whole new canal. Here's the earthen part of it. This is the way the old canal looked.
Correct. Although this has been trimmed with a fine grade trimmer that's up ahead about nearly a mile. And it's trimmed the last foot of the material out and made virtually a perfect smooth grade.
And so when your machine comes by, it just spreads the concrete all the way down and lines this canal.
Correct. We put 3 inches of concrete on, and concrete spread by this plow belt across the top of the machine.
So this is the concrete coming in up here.
Correct. It drops down through those tubes, feeds in the front of the machine, and slip forms out the rear.
You know what? I don't think the average, I know I've never seen or heard of anything like this, and you're out here working in the middle of nowhere laying this thing down at night. Not many people know this is going on, do they?
No, not very many folks. Most of the people that know what's going on are the people out here working.
Yeah.
You know, we have a pretty large staff. A lot of people give up family life and whatnot to come way out here in the desert to make this kind of a job happen.
You're doing this at night to avoid the heat.
Correct. And in fact, we have to use quite a bit of cooling at the concrete plant. We make our own concrete right here on the job, and we've got enough air conditioning running to cool the water up there to cool about 100 homes.
Really?
We run that 24 hours a day to